Hello. Thank you for petting Calico while the stream was not started yet. It's Final Fantasy XIV again. No one is surprised. We have yet another quest check-in with the rabbits and the robots, and the first variant dungeon on the list today. Last time we did 6.2. So it's time for less immediately relevant things to happen. As is tradition. Or something. So what do you have to say, Dreaming Way? A million moms away. Could you join us for a moment, Sucro? Nod. My surveys of Bestway's Barrow morale indicates that the situation is as we suspected. Though our efforts have reached the majority of wayward ways, a few yet remain in the doldrums. Oh right, yeah. I intended to show the flying form of a certain mount. The erstwhile counseling way first among them, of course. I've stretched my imagination ever so hard for dreams that might inspire them, but nothing concrete has come to mind. I propose that we examine the issue of their personal motivation more closely. Per Living Way, they were once passionate about their work, after all. We cannot change the fact that the people of Aetheris won't be coming to live on the moon, but reaching out to them is hardly beyond our means. There's naught stopping us from utilizing our Ashenford associates' communication skills to aid mankind, albeit remotely. Thus making their old dream their new dream. But what sort of station would be suitable? One for sharing useful information with the people of Aetheris, or perhaps a station that individuals could contact with questions. This sounds more related to counseling. Maybe some way to ask questions? That would be quite similar to Not Counseling Way's previous job. How would people contact us, though? Might use one of those Garlean radios, so long as you refrain from any mind-bending schemes, or everyone and their minions seems quite happy to call me via link pearl. Well, everyone uses link pearls all the time. Link pearls! I'd entirely forgotten! That would have made finding you on Aetheris a lot easier. Unfortunately, to purchase dedicated link pearls for the entire population of the star would be stretching our budget rather thin, to say naught of the nightmarish logistics of distribution. Aww. Oh, you could use one of those radios that the Garleans had. Schemes sound bad, but radio sounds intriguing. Tell me more. Also, I said something about schemes, I guess. And you could truly hear distant voices through the tiny box? Incredible. We simply must find a way to transmit to these radios for science! Eyes on the project objectives, please. That said, I quite agree. I love the dramatic music for we have to find radios. If Garlemald has such technology, it's likely that the Sharlayans have studied it, if not invented similar devices on their own. If so, they may have shared its secrets with Living Way. No doubt Inventing Way will have thoughts in the matter as well. I leave the technical details in your capable paws, Managing Way. In the meanwhile, I should like to have a chat with the Loperate formerly known as Counseling Way. Please join me in inviting them to join us. Nod. The rabbits are prepared for activity. So, the mount I mentioned, there probably aren't too many people here yet. The Gabriel Alpha from Bosnia, apparently also a near model. This is what it looks like when you're driving it around on the ground. But when you fly... Well, if I don't land again... Oh, it's not actually from near? It's just very similar. Engaging flight mode. Hello, welcome. Wait, where's Dreaming Way at? Ah, you're over there. Yeah, it makes sense that it has the same bones as the flight units. Because you, like, flip into flight mode, and it's cool. I think it's neat. Sucro found this, somehow. And she won't tell me how. Like with most things she drives. It's a mystery to everyone. I think there's a shiny, fancy version of this too that you can get for some other thing. But this one is actually just from like the Bosnian lock boxes, which have random stuff in them. It's also marketable if you just want to buy it. But I don't have money. I might actually have enough money to afford it technically, but I obviously don't need to buy it again. Anyway. You again, I see. How did we find the Ashenford Labyrinth over here? Just guessing? You want me to assist the people of Aetheris remotely? Nod. Construction of the station is underway as we speak. Using the magic known as radio, we can transmit all manner of noises across space and darker space. Hello and welcome. They are a mysterious bunny. Oh, I didn't notice that their outfit was like tattered and stuff too. In addition to like being gray and all that, it's like there's clear tatters in it, so it's clearly not taken care of like super well or like worn down or whatever. For instance, music. Goodness, we could share my music, couldn't we? Do not bother the people of Aetheris with that noisome beeping. If we are to employ this station of yours, surely there are myriad better uses. Hey, you're admitting that there are possibilities. Better than music? If you ask me, many of Aetheris' people lost loved ones during the final days, did they not? We could let them know that they're not alone. Or, purely as an example, you understand, we could use our unique vantage point to describe cloud formations. Oh, I don't follow. With that information, those on the ground could more accurately predict incoming storms, forestalling ill-fated forays. You truly are an expert in helpfulness. Those things never would have occurred to me. I suppose I can come and look in on you once you've completed your facilities. Clearly someone needs to tell you where you're going wrong. Please do. I can hardly wait for you to join us. Together we shall create radio noises like no one has heard before. Though I suppose we actually need to we need to actually finish the station first. Nod. We'll see you there in the Dreaming Workshop. Make sure to come. Funny rabbit gestures. There's no low gravity, but they can do a low gravity floaty hop sometimes if they want to. If I do, will you listen? I think I was told vaguely where this quest was going when I said I probably wasn't likely to do it. But I had forgotten about it, so it's fun still. I'd forgotten that we're inventing radio. Well, Inventing moon radio, at least. Is construction proceeding apace? We are on schedule, though I've been awaiting Sucro's return. I trust he will have little difficulty producing equipment to the vague and mysterious specifications provided by our Charlian correspondents. If I may. We require a soundboard. I'm told that this device adjusts the signal produced by the microphone, and can even produce sounds of its own. What, you need a soundboard? Do you? Do you need a soundboard? How about this one?
What?
What else do I have in here?
Eto, sono lavato, l'ho visto!
Only the most useful sounds for moon radio.
Pick a god and pray.
Or don't, because they're all gone now. Anyway. But don't tell anyone. These are the materials. I assume you can manage the rest on your own. Should you require additional supplies, as always, our stocks are with the Dreaming Supporter. Nod. I will be occupied in ensuring that no one shocks themselves into a stupor whilst assembling the booth, but Dreamingway should be free to collect your finished creations. This is also reminding me that I haven't checked the Dreaming Vendor. Maybe I should wait until I actually rank up to do that, but still. Synthesize a box of radio equipment. High quality. Also, this saw is ridiculous, by the way. Look at this thing. Seems unsafe. The equipment is incredibly delicate, you say? Well, I suppose I don't need to shake the box, strictly speaking. Delicate supplies for the broadcasting station, carefully packaged so as to sustain minimal damage from inevitable Loporite excitement. Oh, it's even weirder than I expected. I shall exercise the utmost caution as I hop over to Managing Way with this, I promise. They are using the center. I thought so. Rabbits are preparing. Please wait warmly.
You're listening to Fake Italian Gibberish, 14.4 Broadcasting Way FM, Monster Squonk. We're not your parents' radio, clown.
Clown.
That's correct. We're definitely not that. Yeah, I need to add more things to my soundboard. I've got some good ones, but like still.
Sloppy.
What else do we have in here? Yeah, that makes sense. I actually have 2 Xenos voice clips in here before I hated Xenos completely. Anyway. The soundboard is also a key component of several of my shenanigans. Wait, does the slop... Oh, the reverb is only there because I have the soundboard set to... I also hear the sounds, so like everything plays twice, actually. You hear everything twice to some degree, but I forgot about that. So this is the radio. Radio. What's going on with that radio? Gasp. Smile. Won't you dream of a brighter future with us, or if you wish to speak to my people, the microphone is yours. You want to talk to Aetheris? Mic's all yours. I have always wished to speak with the people of Aetheris. If the Ashenford Loporrit turns into the kind of, like, morning radio show host abruptly, that would be very funny. I must ask, do you think my voice will reach them? And I'll probably have to change their voice away from Shadow the Hedgehog. Of course it will! That's the magic of radio! Very well. I would like to assist with this station, if you're still amenable to the idea. You won't find a harder working way, I promise you that. Nod. Sucro smile. Ta-da! Ta-da! Welcome to the Radio Dome. The rabbits are squeaking. And with that, that's the broadcasting station is complete, though we might want to check whether it's working. Wait, Frasier? I don't know anything. Also, that doesn't fit the naming convention. We never did decide on the content of our first message. For once, I fear I'm rather at a loss. That's where our newest way comes in. Take it away, my friend. Me? Nod. There must be something you'd like to share with the people of Aetheris in honor of this special occasion. Ah, I see. Fair enough. Oh, it says on air. That's what that says. Test, test. People of Aetheris, are you there? Can you hear me? Far away as I am, all the way from the moon? Aw. Dynamis music. I hope I can be of use to you. I hope I can tell you something you didn't know before. I hope that in your darkest moments I can lift your spirits. But perhaps I should start from the beginning. For so long, We awaited your arrival on the moon. 'Twas to be under the most unfortunate circumstances, to be sure. Yet that only increased the determination with which we set to our preparations. In the end, of course, the final days were averted. The moon was no longer needed. We were no longer needed. Make no mistake, we are glad for your fortune. If you are happy, we are happy. But many of us, myself included, this marked an end to our very reason for being. Oh, until some Loporits dared to dream again, to show us that there is always hope, as long as we reach for each other. Should you ever lose sight of your dreams, I hope you'll remember that you are not alone. We are here, and the future is a dream we all share. Nod. And now, the weather. That's wonderful. That concludes our inaugural broadcast. Thank you once and all for listening. Or one and all. From the bottom of my heart and on behalf of Loporit kind, I wish you the very best. Was it too long? It felt awfully short. Do you think they could hear well enough? Nod. I suppose we shall never truly know our audience. But if my voice reached even one person, that is enough for me. Now ain't that a mood? Being a small streamer and all. If I can help anyone feel better, that's a good feeling. Nod. That is my dream. What a good quest. So there's only one more Loporit quest after this one, when we reach Bloodsworn. Because we're only at Sworn now. Hello and welcome. Yeah, we got the radio station set up. Every which way. Dreaming worker. Do you think my feelings reached them? The distance is so great. Next, lights in the sky above the Caratorium. Hey, Coining Way. My inventory is a nightmare. Oh, there's still like a little like epilogue thing for the last one, which is still important. So, yeah, to show this again, since there's a few more people here now. I forgot to show the flight mode for this last time. It's pretty neat. I mentioned I wanted to show it and then forgot. But that's cool. But also the Moonhopper. Pretty good. And now... robot. Mostly heartless. It's possible that your projections regarding the consequences of the current mission were insufficient. That sounds concerning. Reports from behind the counter indicate that dragons have achieved social integration with other customers. This is ideal. Have you seen them in Elysian? They're flying again. Goodness, I'm so happy we could help. To my eye, it looks as if we're at least as popular as The Last Stand now, albeit with a more diverse clientele. I'll let you be the judge of that, though. Shift protocols engaged. Our cup overfloweth, metaphorically speaking. Literal beverage overflow is nominal. Well, I'm glad for that, I guess. Ah, I love the smell of carrot coffee in the eternal twilight. And look at all the contented customers enjoying our cuisine. 'Tis more than I could have ever imagined when I proposed this idea. Nod. This unit is struggling to generate areas for improvement. Are all cafe objectives now complete? I suppose you could say that, though it's a strange way to view one's accomplishments. Why do you ask? In accordance with the directive to all Alphatron registered units to live, this unit's mission is to assist fallen civilizations in reclaiming lost hope through simulation, soup, or other means as necessary. It appears this has been accomplished. If so, then this unit must complete its performance evaluation immediately. Performance evaluation? Sounds dreadfully dull. Rather, yes. Nevertheless, this unit must adhere to a standard operating protocol and analyze the results of our cultural preservation efforts. Evaluation results will determine whether this unit may continue to embrace the familiar inertia of the current mission. If all potential objectives have been fulfilled, it will once again consign itself to hibernation. Hey, that sounds kind of familiar. Allied units may wish to know that interim evaluations indicate the latter result is unlikely. This unit has collected more than sufficient data proving that, with the appropriate stimulation, even despairing lifeforms may once again hope. No further research on this subject is required. Logically speaking, to continue along the current trajectory would be a waste of energy. No, but this is a thing that needs continuous employment. Oh, you are really fluffing my fur right now. It's like you weren't even listening to my lectures. Plural. We are finally at the point where we can operate this cafe without one civilization or another reinventing the apocalypse, and now you want to kick the bucket? Come a little closer and I'll kick it for you. This unit gently reminds the screeching lifeform that Omicron decision-making algorithms do not prioritize emotion. Well, they should. This mission has never been about experimental data, and you know it. Waste of energy, my furry arse. Our feelings matter to the Dynamis. They matter to the universe, so why don't they matter to you? This unit does not know what to tell you. Fine, be that way. See if I care. This unit will proceed to base Omicron to back up unit data before shutdown protocols initialize. Additional personnel changes may follow, but Stigma 4 will minimize disruption to cafe operations. This unit acknowledges the non-zero possibility that it may return, but at least for the moment it leaves the last dregs in your capable appendages. Farewell. Do you want to go after it, or have we moved past the anger stage yet? Do you want to go after him? I don't know. Oh, this is horrible. You can't let N7000 enter permanent hibernation. What will the cafe do without it? What will I do? I guess addressing N7000 as it is proper, so my bad. All right, I'm calm. Now, how do we stop it? Even if we can catch up to it before it reaches base Omicron, I doubt it will want to speak to me after my outburst. Leave it to me. You go alone then. I'll take the time to gather my thoughts. Nod. Determined arm folding. Deep breaths, Shammingway. Deep breaths. I could have used the other portal, but I forget about this frequently. Gather information. Oh, there's a Nibiron over here. Request for location data acknowledged. Searching base Omicron monitoring logs. Sensors detected N7000's progress toward the Fallow Patrol. Calculations indicate that it will have proceeded past the empty portal toward the limits of Ostracon Decahexi by the time code at which the organic lifeform can catch up. What are you doing over here? We see this civilization has also unified into a collective and further transcended to a state of supreme efficiency. This as well. Okay. Request for personal data acknowledged. Scanning recent automatic transmissions of internal processing logs. Unit N7000 accessed the logical process records of Sir and has been engaging in analysis and projection related to the same. The operational protocol governing these peculiar actions cannot be determined at this time. This unit wishes you pleasant speculation. Thanks. Something about Sucro driving this motorcycle is slightly funny. Like, compared to the last one. Maybe it's like the puttering of the engine. It just makes it seem like very casual and normal. Like, the way she's sitting on it also makes it seem just like this is just a regular motorcycle in Final Fantasy XIV. And also, like, it always makes me think about Mario Kart for some reason. I mean, there's motorcycles in Mario Kart. Bikes in general and whatnot. But I keep thinking about, yeah, it's a different genre of cool motorcycle. I keep thinking about Mario Kart when I see Sucro from this angle on a motorcycle, because that's the Mario Kart angle. Wait, you think this is slightly more incongruous with Sucro? I thought this one seemed more correct for Sucro, honestly. Like, this is the old one. I think part of why it seems more correct is just because it feels like aesthetically it kind of matches with this outfit that I've been using. It seems correct to me, but there's something just slightly funny about it. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Howdy. What's up? The signals of an allied unit are not unwelcome, but why did you follow this unit here, Sucro? Well, you made several concerning comments. Why did you come here? You said a lot of concerning things. This unit has been analyzing logs originating from M017, alias Stigma 1, alias Sir, for some time now. As Unit M017, it repeatedly paid visit to the Tree of Life to analyze internal projections. The impetus for these actions was logged as personal reasons. In other words, when its protocols were insufficient, M017 came here to ponder its next course of action. This unit had hoped that the tree might provide data of use in its current dilemma. We saw this happen. No such data has been forthcoming. In retrospect, there is a non-zero possibility that M017 did not find what it was looking for here either. This unit cannot conceptualize actions outside of its original programming that might lead to its desired conclusion. All simulations of upcoming performance evaluation end in shutdown. The precise value of a future in which this unit carries on operating the cafe in service of our myriad patrons remains unknown, and thus cannot be mathematically comparable to that of a successful evaluation. Nevertheless, this unit's preference remains constant. Does this preference, then, constitute a logical fallacy that must be discarded? Inconclusive. As a military information and operations specialist, this vacillation is most distressing. Further review of the objective reality that the cafe has restored hope to multiple once-fallen civilizations is not helping. Paradoxically, it appears to make this unit's memory overflow even worse. Why not listen to your heart rather than your calculations for once? Or happiness will do that. Listen to your heart instead of your math. That is impossible. As a mechanical life form, this unit does not possess any such vulnerable organs, physically or metaphorically. Unless... Everyone's got a heart metaphorically. Unless allied units were correct, then this unit is truly not the same unit it once was. If all life forms reborn in Ultima Thule, including this unit, possess infinite potential in a mathematical sense. Gasp. Yeah, it's kind of an answer that you can give. Generating new projections. Multi-sim mode initialized. Shutting down auxiliary functions and overclocking processors. I kind of wish N7000 just started vibrating wildly after that text box. Dial-up noises also work. Hello? Shh, this unit is processing. N7000 shushing me is kind of funny. I didn't know it could do that. Questioning head tilt. I gotta speedrun this existential crisis, yeah. Warning, processing load critical. Cannot accept additional inputs. Failure to step away from the unit may result in severe burns. Though its state is worrisome, it seems you'll be unable to interrupt N7000's processing queue at present. Perhaps you should bring Jamming Way along to kick its bucket. Processing load critical. Emergency fans activated. Nearby lifeforms prepare to be roasted. Okay. Wait, did I must have noticed lambdas before, right? I'm just abruptly realizing I forgot that these existed. That's a cool robot. Well, I mean, it makes sense with, like, overheating computer stuff. Processors, technology, etc. Here's a question. Since the question of whether or not the motorcycles seem fitting for Sucro has arisen, what mounts do you think fit Sucro the best, if any? I mean, I guess I'd have to go through all of them, but I feel like this motorcycle makes sense for some reason. But, like, I don't know. What else do we have? Bow? Like Chocobo, I assume? Unless you meant to type something else. Booster. Never heard of him. Clearly, it's the flying chair, which he leans very far forward in. That gamer lean, when you really gotta see up close. Clearly, it's the crab. Hey, Jammingway. I don't know why she sits like that on that chair. Jammingway, your Uber driver is here. I'm pretty sure that it does not, no. Because that's not like the normal, that's not any of the normal sitting poses either. I can give it a shot. Nope. Oh. Apparently I pressed the talk to Jammingway button somehow. Yeah, crab fired like a missile. A missile. Oh, the swearing is exhausting. Not to mention the yelling. Apologies for that, by the way. Did you find N7000? Is it alright? It's kinda overheating right now. Huh. I recall seeing this "sir" in the logs. It did seem to have individualistic tendencies now that you mention it. You would know its personal reasons better than I, of course. But it would not be the first nor the last to agonize over its existence. The choice to live is not made just the once, after all. No, I don't think it's a leap, or even a bunny hop, to assume that N017 struggled with much the same questions of purpose and potential that plague N7000. The Omicrons have very little experience with the self-doubt that comes from facing an indeterminate future. Very little experience with emotions in general, really. Does it not bother you that we've seen no changes to Elysium that could be attributed to N7000 and the other staff? The Dynamis reacted to my very first burst of hope, and has reliably taken form for every civilization, but not them. Our Omicrons do have emotions, of that I'm certain, or hope for the future specifically. I'm absolutely certain that they do have emotions. Precisely. Should our N7000, then, not have the power to shape Dynamis in spades? Look how successful it's been. Personally, I believe it does have that power, but every time it feels a little something, it shoves that emotion away under a pile of numbers and refuses to think about it ever again. It needs to allow itself to feel that joy, that hope. For it to grow and blossom in Elysian. None of this waste of energy, we're time to die bollocks. Honestly, does it ever think about anyone else? Mark my words, I'm going to gather every scrap of joy we've created here and shove them right down its stupid throat. Nod. Wouldn't you be quick if we want to prepare before N7000 finishes processing and finds a way to infuriate me even more? We're certainly not allowing it to shuffle off its metal coil, today or ever. First, though, we'll need to choose a recipe, one guaranteed to remind it of what we've accomplished here at the last dregs, and give it a taste of the boundless happiness yet to come. Determined. I'm certain Stigma 4 can dig up something out of its database that can represent our culinary achievements without proving an electrocution hazard. Wait just a moment. Hey, Jammingway, pro tip. If someone is burying all of their emotions and concluding that their existence is meaningless, don't ask, do you ever think about anyone else? To them. Or it in this case. I think this robot has depression. Like, robotic depression, in a way. I get it. I know what depression is like. Though, in my past experiences, it was more like I wasn't able to feel emotions much. Rather than, like, hiding them. Anyway, here we are. Okay, Stigma 4, like, bumping up the stairs slightly is sillier than it should be. Thrusters disengaged. N7000 not detected. Awaiting promised explanation. It's quite a long story. I can do a spin. Circumstances acknowledged. N7000 logs transmitted to central database confirm the accuracy of managerial report. Conclusion reached by N7000 also confirmed accurate. Operational protocols are absolute. Completion of mission necessitates permanent hibernation. I don't think I'll ever understand your culture's obsession with productivity. However, running in multi-sim mode for prolonged periods poses unacceptable risks to hardware. Immediate intervention recommended. Ah, not quite the sympathetic response I was looking for, but it'll do. As for your intervention, I propose the presentation of a delicious dish that will bring in 7000 back to its senses. What do you think it would like? I can do a spin again. Invalid input. Preferences are irrelevant to mechanical lifeforms. What N7000 requires is refrigerant liquid. A cooling beverage, then. I think we can manage that. Can you search your database for local ingredients we might use? N7000 always seemed to know what it was doing, so I've never bothered learning where anything is. Auxiliary information evaluated. Nevertheless, request acknowledged. Scanning database. Gaseous matter suitable for condensation and subsequent ingestion is emitted by plant matter found in Ostracon Tria. Approximate coordinates 29, 13, 2.5. Nod. Wonderful. You're a natural at this. Managerial praise is unnecessary. Scanning the database is well within standard operational protocols. Production of vital liquids such as refrigerants and oils is also standard protocol for a logistic matrix. However, cafe operations have repeatedly demonstrated that standard chemical formulae are insufficient impetus for the alteration of dynamis. That is where cafe management must intervene. Allied Unit N7000 is depending on you. Do not fail. Don't you worry, Stigma 4. We would never let our allied units down. I leave the procurement of the primary ingredient to you, Sucro. In the meantime, I'll see what else might be mechanically digestible around here. Leave it to me. N7000 coordinates confirmed. Subject remains immobile. Retrieval unit will be dispatched to Ostracon Decahexi momentarily. Why does that sound familiar? Well, let's see what we have to gather methane blossoms, I've just noticed it says. If you say so, I guess. I think that makes sense for, like, a coolant, but I actually don't know anything, so... Those particularly prone to either euphemism or mischief might deem this flower fragrant. Wow, I failed 355% chances in a row. In, like, a useful way that doesn't clog my inventory. If methane is odorless, then I guess there must be some other component of the flower that is particularly odorsome. Is odorsome a word? Could be. Just this very slight puttering of the motorcycle. I dare say Stigma 4 will be dragging in 7000 back here any moment now. Thank you for petting Calico. Did you find the gassy whatsits? Found these. Emissions ahoy! Now we just need to condense this, perhaps shake it up with some other bits and bobs for the proper cocktail experience. Okay, but where does the straw go? Emergency override command prompt. Exec chug dot command. Okay. Run chug.exe over here. CMD in this case. Execute chugging. I can still do a spin. Beverage protocol is initiated. Please wait. Questions about how beverages are consumed by Omicrons will never be answered. The last dregs. This unit would like to register its confusion. You miserable sack of sockets, bolthead, weird-looking fork. I'll kick your bucket into the next galaxy, you... Ah, yes, this unit remembers now. Dialogue with the screeching lifeform had reached an impasse, so it withdrew to organize its thought processes in peace. This unit became trapped in a processing loop and overheated, but temperatures are now nominal. As your civilization would say, phew. I love in 7000. So you're feeling better? That's the best news I've heard all day, no thanks to you. This unit's circuits are still somewhat muddled. Reviewing event log for flags associated with mission to live. Results of recalculated projections located. Proceeding to Elysian to confirm. You could at least explain yourself. Sounds like it's expecting some changes to the Dynamis. What sort, I have no idea. After it. You know, somehow I don't think I ever considered that we hadn't seen any Dynamis changes from the Omicrons yet. Somehow this did not cross my mind. But it makes a lot of sense. Stigma 4's logs confirm that N7000 came this way. Make haste. Gasp. Forest? Did N7000 do this? Forest, huh? Look at these weird trees that I found. Wow. Oh yeah, it is the Tree of Life. You're right. Yours a very thorough report. Affirmative. As you may have detected, since the birth of Elysian, this unit's self-determination algorithm has been in conflict with its core protocols. This issue has been surpassingly difficult to resolve. The cooling solution that you made, however, enabled this unit to arrive at a conclusion. It is confident in the result of its performance evaluation. First, a thought experiment for allied units. How has this unit transformed the landscape of Elysian, despite its nature as a replicated mechanical lifeform? Your nature doesn't matter. Here now you are alive, or the future was always possible, now you've made it real, or through strength of heart, I'd say. It doesn't matter that you're a robot. You're alive. Though the dead are gone, what they left behind lives on in the realm of infinite possibility. A pleasing analysis indeed. This unit regrets not having seen the beauty in it earlier. That's true too. Thank you, Sucro. This unit will keep your words close to its heart. Hey now, I don't think robots or Dynamis copies are fake. In the history of the universe, countless possibilities have gone unfulfilled, but it is an error to thus consign them to the realm of the impossible. All the Dynamis requires is that we ask, what if? While sentient lifeforms remain to ask that question, to dream of unrealized futures, This unit cannot agree with Aya's conclusion that the end of the universe is inevitable. Our data proves that miracles happen. Nod. Took you long enough. Honestly, you gave me quite a fright with that shutdown nonsense. Interesting. Would you miss this unit if it were gone, Jammingway? Jammingway? Requesting acknowledgement of warm and fuzzy feelings. Hey, has N7000 ever addressed Jammingway by name before instead of, like, Screeching Lifeform or whatever? Never in a billion years, Bolt Brain! Denied, denied, denied! Sucro. In any case, this unit recognizes the role the Alphatron star played in cutting the futures of many civilizations short. Together with allied managers, the Omicrons have restored hope to some such civilizations, and assisted in developing Elysian to its current state. The star now teems with life, some of it newly born. Also, the Grebulovs are very adorable. Look at them. Calculations may say that this is sufficient to fulfill this unit's mission. But this unit disagrees. What we have accomplished thus far is a significant step toward a new future for the Omicrons, but not the last. This unit believes in infinite possibilities, beyond the projection capabilities of even Stigma 4. Alongside our allies at the last dregs, we must continue to make them real. Nod. We shall atone, and we shall live. A worthy purpose, if you ask me. Which you ought to, given that I'm still your business partner. Gladly acknowledged, Jammingway. Oh, happy Omicron spin, that's new. Come to think of it, we've never toasted our achievements, or shared a drink at all. What kind of cafe managers are we? I brought some refrigerant cocktail along with my normal supplies in case someone needed another wake-up call. What do you say we have a picnic? Nod. Nod. There was just an Omicron doing a default, like, sitting pose, which was also new. The last drag's specialty carrot juice for us, of course. I never go anywhere without it. You know, when I proposed this idea, I was thinking of the cafes on Aetheris. Other people inside smiled and laughed and spoke of tomorrow. We've been focused on providing our customers the same experience, naturally. But that's also what the last dregs is to us, isn't it? Nod. Affirmative. This unit would go so far as to assert that spending time with friends in this fashion is meaningful. That's cute. Also, N7000 holding this drink. This sense of satisfaction is what organic life forms persistently term happiness, is it not? Nod. Nod. Everyone loves to spin. Yeah. Also seems N7000's pronouns are it, so something to keep in mind. That was the best carrot juice I've had in my whole lopperate life. That raises several questions, but this unit will restrain itself in favor of thanking Sucro once again for her assistance in its time of need. This unit apologizes for burdening you with additional shifts. Nod. I note that you've yet to apologize to me for the distress you've caused. This unit has been distressed numerous times due to unwarranted screeching from the hyperbole-prone lifeform and thus considers us even. See if I save your sorry scrap metal ever again. Additionally, this unit would prefer that as business partners we provide mutual assistance as a matter of course. That is what organic lifeforms mean by partnership, is it not? So long as you hold up your part of the bargain, we're going to keep the last dregs open until the very end of the universe. And beyond. No universe is ending on our watch. Nod. I have learned to spin. And like with the Loporrits, we've reached Sworn, so there's only like the epilogue bit left, kinda. Fully caffeinated. Barista at the end of the universe. A letter from a kitten, a Mew missive. That's very silly. Oh, right. You. Yeah. Oh, there's the, yeah, there's the dessert we gave to the dragon. This is a weird one. The reason it has this function is because sometimes the AI want to be shocked to like receive physical stimulation. So I would do the variant dungeon next, but there's one other random thing that I want to look at if I can find it. Let me look around the side quests. God, clutch devastation. There it is. That's silly. The abyss stares back. Hey there, Pericles. This is a random side quest. Still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect, a familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? I bet I can get a reaction. I certainly hope so. I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question, and he can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. It's the shoebill. The Abyssus. I learned about this incidentally today, and I figured I wanted to see this quest. The bird bears an uncanny resemblance to a shoebill. It doesn't acknowledge your presence.
The term comes from the Greek word abyssos, ancient Greek, beta sigma sigma omicron sigma, abyssos, proper noun, beta sigma sigma omicron sigma, abyssos, meaning bottomless, unfathomable, boundless. It is used as both an adjective and a noun.
We're sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Well, let's get you two acquainted. This here is an abyssus, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched on a Melanian's antler and brought it in for closer study. And that's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. We'll be taking it to Thesis Hyperborea eventually.
Yo. I'm the tallest
Oh.
of mountains, I am the roughest of waves, I'm the toughest of terrors, I am the darkest of days, I'm the last one that's standing. Don't
But we
try
wanna
to
get some
stand in
notes on
my
it
way,
first, namely
'cause
how
I've
it
been
reacts
up
to
against better.
external
Just
stimuli.
take a look at my face.
The Abyssus
'Cause
has
if
yet
you're
to
messing
acknowledge
with
any
me,
of us,
I
but
am
maybe
a
you can get a
dangerous
reaction
weapon.
out of it,
I
seeing
am
as
the
you're
sharpest
familiar.
of blades. I'll cut
don't
you
you try
down in
giving
a
it a pet
second,
to start
'cause
with?
I was born in this pain. It only hurts if you let it. So if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it. And after all this time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire, when there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists, I can't resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite. Yeah, so look around you, and tell me what you really see. I never end, and that's the difference in you and me, 'cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see. You live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me. I have the power, let me show you what it's all about. It's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it. If you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it. Take it, 'cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over. I don't crumble for nothing, I've got the world on my shoulders, meow.
The bird was thinking that.
What is this?
Great question, Barry. Thank you for petting Calico. The bird stares blankly ahead, unmoving. See what happens if you pet it. Pat, pat. The Abyssus doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing, like some great thinker lost in a meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? The bird remains immobile. It stares unseeing, as if into some distant past. Thank you for petting Calico. Maybe a poke will elicit a reaction. Poke, poke. The Abyssus doesn't acknowledge your prodding. No good. I'm all out of ideas. Unless you want to try giving it a hug? The bird's gaze remains unchanged, fixed perhaps on some point in the far future. Maybe all it needs is a hug. Well, I've got that one on my dang hotbar, so hug the bird. For a brief moment, you could have sworn the Abyssus glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. No, that's a bit much. No? Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of him. Thank you, and please give Pericles my regards when you go to collect your reward. The Abyssus stands perfectly still, gazing intently forward. Pericles should have something to give you as thanks for your help. Now, it would have been smart to do this quest as a class that was under level 90, but you know. Also, there's an Enkidu over there. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the Abyssus? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us as much as we're studying it. I have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vana. If anyone would know aught of this creation, it's her. And oh, and before I forget, here's your reward for today's work. What's on the agenda for today? There was observing the Abyssus here, and after that... Hey, Enkidu. Even in ancient times, someone painted a chicken green. Well now. I think this is... There it is. So, the variant dungeons have like what I think a wiki called a quasi-quest before them that I accidentally did because there's no way to say no if you talk to that NPC. It just cuts to a cutscene instantly. But we didn't really miss much. It was just like, hey Sucro, can you help us? But Shallow Moor is who we talked to for the first variant dungeon. So, I will return shortly and look into that. There is, of course, another thing that we do at this time. In one moment. There we are. Behold! Hey, maybe I should change that fact if I'm not maining Paladin right now. Anyway. Hello. Part of the chat is peeking through the thing. Congratulations to those who won. Condolences to those who did not. It was that. Instead of this. And now, we proceed. Hey, what's up? Okay, so you have all 3 of the variant dungeon quests. We start with a key to the past. So, Sucro, does this mean you found a spare moment in your busy god-slaying agenda? As I mentioned, we missed a tiny, prologue quest of agreeing to help, I guess. Nod. Wonderful. We actually have a letter addressed to you from Mr. Smomodi. Go ahead and read through that, and I'll dig up the link pearl I'm to use to convey your reply. Dear Sucro, I hope this letter finds you well and still taking guild jobs, because we've got one here with your name on it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bother you with something like this, but the client is a personal attendant to Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo, and I'm guessing that piqued your curiosity as much as it did mine. Let Shallow Moore if you can make it over to Ul'dah, and I'll set up a meeting with this lady in waiting. I'm told it's nothing urgent, so at your earliest convenience, Momodi. What are we thinking? Yay or nay? One does not simply refuse Mistress Momodi, or tell Momodi I'm on my way. Alrighty. On my way. Understood. I'll call her right away. And done. Our tiny taskmaster is making arrangements as we speak. She says the lady you're to meet is a Lalafell by the name of Kokoshu. Light brown hair, green eyes. She should be awaiting you outside the quicksand by the time you arrive. For fortune and safe travels. Hello and welcome. So we're not quite at the dungeon yet, but the general way a variant dungeon works is that there's 12 different paths you can take through the dungeon. Based on a variety of things happening, and in the ways in which they do. One of these is a hidden true path, which requires some slightly obscure and esoteric steps as part of the process. Aya has recommended to me that the way I approach it is to go left, middle, right, and then the true path. Because it starts with a 3-way divide that determines the final boss of the fight of the whole thing, I guess. Yeah, each interaction point influences stuff that happens. So yeah. So we're gonna go once down each main split and then do the true ending, as it were. And I have instructions for the true path. Mistress Funk, I presume. I am Kokoshu. But let us be clear from the outset, I am not your true client. The personage who wishes to engage your services is the Sultana Nanamo Ulnamo herself. Gasp. Firstly, however, pray allow me to explain the request itself. Then you can decide whether or not you wish to proceed. Nod. I trust you recall the tunnels beneath the city of Ul'dah? Yeah. Wasn't a great time, but yeah. I speak, of course, of the Sil'dihn Subterrane, the passages and waterways through which you made your escape on the day of that ill-fated victory banquet. It seems that one of the tunnel sections collapsed during the commotion, and a crew comprised primarily of immortal flames has since been put to work on repairs. In the process of restoring the masonry, however, they've come across an unexpected gate. Gasp. It was described as antique in design, inscrutable in purpose, and sealed shut by some mystical force. The report appeared of great interest to the Sultana, and she's expressed a desire to investigate this strange portal firsthand. Furthermore, she feels that Master Tarapin and the like are overprotective and will prevent her from exploring to her heart's content. But are we then to send Her Royal Majesty into potential peril without a trusted escort? You see my dilemma. As the proven champion of Eorzea and veteran of countless heroic endeavors, it is to you whom we would entrust the Sultana's safety, besides which she would have it no other way. Her Grace's wish is my command. I'm not sure about this, but that's what the Sultana wants. I don't know, but I'll help her. She's a friend. Thank you, Mistress Funk. It will mean a great deal to Her Grace. Please wait here, and I shall inform the Sultana of your decision. Oh no, a large section of the wall died. I guess. Bow. Exploration mode Nanamo. Sucro, thank you for coming. I greatly appreciate you indulging this selfish request of mine. I should hope for the sake of your adventurous spirit, however, that the mystery at hand proves more intriguing than odious. Smile. Kokushu spoke broadly of what to expect, yes? Then allow me to add a few details to the story. I wish they had stopped fading to white. It's so bright when they do that. According to the report, the gate bears an intricate flowery design. The flames were unable to ascertain its origin or significance, but I have seen such a motif before. The very same design adorns a key in my possession, the last gift I was ever to receive from my dear departed parents. Well, that sounds pretty important. I recall the ceremony with which it was presented, and their promises to take me to the place the key unlocked once I'd come of age. They spoke excitedly of the choices I might make, of the things I would behold on my chosen path, but they were called away to Thal's halls long before that day would arrive. Paid to Chartreuse. That would be pretty jarring too. With mother and father gone, I despaired of ever learning the key's purpose, and now this portal is found. Paid to Plaid? Sepia or just fade to black would work better, probably. Surely you understand why I cannot leave it unopened. There could be anything behind that gate. There could be anything behind that gate. Okay, that's a very funny choice. There could be anything back there. In a worried tone, apparently. Indeed, but mother and father meant for me to see it, and that is what I intend to do. Still, neither Papashan nor Pippin would approve of my plans to investigate in person. I needed someone else I trust, but who trusted my judgment in turn? Will you be that person for me? Nod. Nod, but worried. As for Kokushu, she was the first I brought into my confidence. She is, after all, my lady-in-waiting, and serves as my double when I'm away. I hadn't wished to involve anyone else, but she flatly refused to cooperate unless I enlisted a reliable escort. Thus here we stand, and though I regret the need to have you complicit in my subterfuge, the idea of exploring with you has me giddy in anticipation, or with anticipation. Leave it to me. If you could make your way directly to the excavation site in central Thanalan, the foreman there has been instructed to permit you entrance. Considering the tunnels reach all the way to the palace, security protocols dictate that we receive reports anytime someone enters the ruins. I will take that as my signal to join you, via the secret passages, of course. Now, let us make our preparations. We should, as you say, be ready for anything. Nod. Hat equipped. Someone is playing triple triad against a A non-existent ghost. Spooky. Or maybe a non-existent not a ghost. I don't know. I'm a ghost. I exist. That has something to do with it. Shuffling. Boo! That's right. So this is... God, I still have some random thing to talk to Mutamix and company about, apparently. Wait, no. Hold on. Maybe not? Maybe yes. I don't know. I got confused for a second. That makes sense. Yeah, I feel like this motorcycle definitely matches this outfit. I'm still thinking about it. Mistress Funk, Lady Kokoshu says you're to have unrestricted access to the ruins for some manner of confidential assignment. I wonder, does this have anything to do with what they found in that collapsed section, or... actually, never mind that. I'm not meant to ask any questions. The rebels been mostly cleared away, but please do watch your footing down there. Wouldn't want you tripping over a loose rock in the gloom. PNC Dungeon Finder unlocked. The Sil'dihn Subterrane now accessible. Variant dungeons, a matter of choice. Hold on, I can make it look like Ayato is doing push-ups on the window. There we go. They have branching paths. Explore these alongside the quest character, and you'll reveal new elements of the overarching story. Unlocking certain branches may require some detective work. Whenever you complete a path, a new story entry will be added to the journal associated with the dungeon, so keep at it until you discover all the forks in the road. The difficulty of a variant dungeon is automatically adjusted to provide a challenge for parties of between 1 to 4 players. You can group up with friends, make use of the party matching option, or put your solo player skills to the test. Victory will require effort and attention, but it is entirely possible to complete these dungeons alone. So, the normal version of these is a, story mode type difficulty. There are also harder versions that are equivalent to, extreme and savage. Variant actions. To allow for greater freedom in role choices, variant dungeons grant players the use of special variant actions. These actions mimic existing abilities such as Cure or Rampart, alleviating the need for dedicated tanks, DPS, or healers. Each player has 2 actions available for use during the dungeon, and these can be changed at any time in the Dungeon Finder window. You can enter a variant dungeon via the VNC Dungeon Finder window, which is accessed by speaking with the NPC at the dungeon entrance, or by selecting the option from Duty in the main menu. The standalone window serves all your variant dungeon needs, whether you wish to read story discoveries, set your variant actions, or make changes to the dungeon settings. I understand what I must do. Hey look, it's Nanamo. There she be. So, variant actions, huh? Can't use Cure or Raise because we're a healer. Ultimatum is a... Provoke. Which is funny. Spirit Dart, though. Remember when this game had AoE DOT? It has it again, I guess. Do I want Rampart or Ultimatum, though? Probably Ultimatum, honestly, because I've got barriers. I'm a sage. Confirm. So, if I just register for a duty, it'll probably grab both of us. No problem. Yep. So, I also happen to know that Nanamo is going to be like, I want to go this way! Or something, probably, maybe. And I'm probably going to follow her lead on that at first, to pick the first path at least. Variant Dungeon, the Sil'dihn Subterrane. Nod. Ayato has no response to this. Before you stand 3 doors! Which one has a new car behind it? Three more gates? It would seem we have a choice to make. Your instincts pull you one way over the other? If I were to listen to mine, I find myself drawn to this one. Oh, we picked the same gate. That settles that then. Who knows what we shall find? I should have picked Spirit Dart on my other one, honestly. It is to be expected that the aqueducts would have their share of vermin. You might play the role of exterminator. Hey, you! I think Ultimatum is an area around me, actually. And in mere moments, the way is clear. Hardly an inconvenience for a mighty champion. Sucro destroy. Have we reached a dead end? Apparently that was way faster than doing it alone. According to Ayato, or Aya, rather. Have we reached a dead end? I don't know. Oh, there's a switch. I'm silly. Surely you do not expect me to cross that rickety thing. Slowly then, and no rocking the bridge. Steady now. Do not bounce or jounce. Wah! They started using sustained damages for generic dots. That's kind of funny. I specifically requested no rocking, bouncing, or jouncing. Gods above, I was almost pitched over the side. More pests to deal with. Line of sight doesn't like elevation very much. Courage, Nanamo, quick steps. Gate looks awfully heavy. Let's try the handle and hope these gears and chains do most of the lifting. Left, right. I don't know, right. Oh, it opened. I worried it may have rusted shut. It must be deep in the heart of the aqueducts. Garion the Steer, eh? Is that a hecatonchia? And those rollers, some form of conveyance? Is he playing games? Find the barrel tops. There must be a reason for those markings. Ah, yes, I've engineered my barrels to explode, but not right next to them. You know how it is. Careful, Sucro, that machinery is still in working order. Oh. Prankster, are you? Oh my goodness. Hey, you didn't pick Raze, did you? I see. Death due to having no idea what would happen. Oh, it's fine that you didn't pick Raze, don't worry. I mean, probably forgot to switch abilities at all. Oh, well, that also works. I wonder how Nanamo feels about this. Whoops. Tanking could work well for these two, probably. I wonder. Actually, you are allowed to switch your role outside of combat, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the radius buff is pretty helpful. Alright, so this time you're gonna do the flip. Colossal launch means you're gonna do the flip. I know this now. Oh, you're not doing the thing. We did it. The size of your opponent matters not, it seems. A reassuring thought as we delve further into the unknown. Paladin time. Oh, I still get my same buttons, even though, wait. Oh, yeah, this works for everyone. Okay. We wandered into some ancient antique dining hall. A rich setting indeed. One might even say palatial. Wait, you can switch your abilities around? Hold on. I'll also have raise. Actually, hold on. 1 second. Just rearranging them. Oh, I just want to see how it goes to be Paladin. I said I could still be Sage if I wanted to. I just wanted to see how Paladin goes. Of course, this is the Sil'dihn Royal Palace. Look at this banner by the door here. Snakes! Snakes? Why must it be snakes? Oh, I forgot Iron Will. Yeah, okay, sorry. I thought I remembered it, but I forgot that I didn't. Because there was part of me that was like, yeah, I'll use Iron Will. Ah, there, the throne of Sil'dihn. How fortunate we are to have made such a historic discovery. Sentinels still guard their post. Like, when I switched to Paladin, I started to remember to turn on my tank stance, and then I was distracted by, oh, I can change my abilities. I think. Art appreciation detected, deploying Vipers. Something like that. Ah. But wait. Okay, so there's multiple paths into here. Remarkable, 'tis still in pristine condition. Ah, I've seen such contrivances before. We must balance the scales ere we can proceed. Not this again. Simply a matter of selecting the correct weights. Surely you recognize one or two of these symbols, yes? No, Nanamo, I never remember this puzzle. Nobody cares about this puzzle anymore. Nanamo, no! Oh no. Oh dear. Anyone? Anyone know this? Helm, gem, flame, or fruit for the left and for the right. Helm left, fruit right? Is that what it is? Flame left, fruit right. We have two conflicting responses. Or we have three conflicting responses because I also said berries and gemerald. It showed the helm on the left and a banner earlier? Did it? Hold on. Whoop. I understand that part of variant dungeons is puzzle solving. Ah, you're right. Helm. And then the right part is destroyed in that banner. Ul'dah is flame and gem, so helm and fruit makes sense logically. Oh, does Nanamo... Can you talk to Nanamo about this? No. So, yeah. Helm... We'll try fruit. Ah! That lit up the teleporter! Come along, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Y'all are smart. Also, I feel like this music is like Piano Collection's Ul'dah.mp3. The Royal Treasury! Puzzle solved leading to riches untold, just like in the stories. But look at these scattered coins. Has a burglar broken in before us, perchance? Note. A slip of parchment lies abandoned on the ground. The notes of an spiraling burglar, perhaps. Ah, so there are guards. Rare green stone, malachite portico, green and yellow sacks atop the rubble corner mound of earth. Yeah, okay. God, you're not wrong. Door is open, not so the way. Mayhap salvation lies with Nal de Thal? Oh. Hello. Welcome. That note doesn't seem relevant for this room. Nald or Thal, huh? Money or death? I'm gonna go with Thal. Oh, it would seem your prayers were answered. Whatever shall we find next? Every time there's a choice, there is probably... Oh no, we found the battle square. Is probably an influence on something. This has the look of a stage or arena. I wanted to see if that was a pit. You backflipped into the boss fight. Lifeless Legacy, Gladiator of Sil'dih. Anything over here? No. Oh, there is another path going on over that way, but we can't reach it. So. That grape embossed helm, 'tis the mark of a Sil'dihn forged gladiator. Yeah? Seems awfully wrathful. I don't quite get it, but alright. I understood that it was a meter that was being filled, but not what that meant in any capacity. So is that indicating what am I supposed to do as a result of this meter? Okay, so it just shows the amount that you're doing first and the amount you're doing second is what's outside of that, I think. Okay, that's... I don't know if I can mental math that. I think I preferred Sage. Or maybe Warrior. Slaughter the foe. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, there's no flank. I don't... That part, my brain does not. My brain simply does not able to parse the rotation of two crosses in different directions at the same time without consistent indicators. I was in the right spot? I don't know what you mean by that at all, truthfully. It's two lines. Oh, but they were cross-shaped, weren't they? Oh, right. It is two lines that cross. I don't... I still don't really understand it. Like, I just can't imagine where those will go in my mind. Oh, come on. I say, oh, come on, simply because that was very rude. Though I managed it. I would not have believed anyone could topple that silver-skinned brute had I not seen it with my own eyes. Wait, oh, second chance point because of me, probably. There are no other exits I can spy. I suspect this chamber was a dead end for cornering thieves. Fatal for a common intruder, mayhap, but thanks to you, I was treated to a rare glimpse into the life of Sil'dihn royalty. I must consider that such was mother and father's intent, to ensure that our fallen sister state not be forgotten. It is my duty as Sultana to remember our realm's history, and in doing so protect the legacy of the living and the dead. Shall we call it a day here, then? There is little left to explore down this particular path. Let us rendezvous back in Ul'dah, where I would thank you properly for your untiring escort. Mistress Funk, all done with your assignment then? Nod. Glad to hear it. I'll inform the workers that they're free to head back into the tunnels. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from you from Lady Kokushu. She wishes to meet you by the quicksand upon your return to Ul'dah. Safe travels, miss. I'm guessing that Hollow Victory achievement was simply for completing any path of it? Oh, no, defeat the Gladiator. Okay, so that's like one of the bosses. So there's 4 bosses, there's 4 final bosses total, is my understanding. Welcome back, Mistress Funk. Laughter. As Kokushu might say, "'Tis I, Nanamo. Did I fool you?" Gasp. My lady-in-waiting yet plays the role of Sultana, but we reasoned it odd if Kokushu were to enter my chambers and never emerge. Thus the disguise. It also affords me a way to speak with you without the usual royal fanfare. As for our expedition, that was rather more taxing than I had anticipated. What I'd planned as a simple sating of curiosity has given me much to consider. Stop the fading to white, please. Ul'dah was built upon sacrifice, Sil'dihn sacrifice. To know this is one thing, but to actually walk through the decaying ruins of a palace is another. The victors should not seek to bury the price of victory alongside the bodies of the fallen. I feel that Father, wise Sultan that he was, wished for me to learn this lesson. Such revelations aside, I cannot help but dwell upon the fuss which Mother and Father made of the choices I would make, and the paths I would take. Other places of import yet lurk behind those portals, of that I'm certain. Yes, I should very much like to conduct a more thorough exploration, when time and circumstance permit, of course. Aid me in mapping out this underground enigma, and you will find me a very grateful Sultana. Nod. In this very moment, however, there are several dreary affairs of state which demand my attention. I believe Kokushu wishes a word before you depart, so pray abide here a while, if you would. Keep well, Sucro, and we shall meet again soon. Just kidding, it's me, Nanamo, again. Welcome back, Mistress Funk. Ah, lest you wonder, I promise I'm the real Kokushu this time. And I am Kilfufu, Kokushu's assistant and fellow trusted confidant. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As part of Her Grace's inner circle, I simply had to come along to offer my thanks in person. Yes, we are most grateful for your steadfast presence. I worried what would happen when the Sultana first laid out her rather reckless plan, but she's returned to us not only unharmed but invigorated. For the sake of Her Grace's well-being and our continued peace of mind, we hope that you will agree to further forays at her side. Nod. We were also informed by Mistress Momodi that the Gleaner's Guild ship was instrumental in facilitating our request. When next you visit Sharlayan, please do pass on our warmest regards to Shallow Moor. Nod. Considering your tendency to range beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, I was not at all certain that our request would reach you. We do appreciate Shallowmore's zeal in tracking you down. Ah, you're the Triple Triad Challenge. I've heard that Kokushu is actually Her Grace's cousin. That certainly would explain their similar features. All finished with the job then, Sucro? Mistress Momodi called to thank us and let us know you'd arrived in Ul'dah. So the little lady-in-waiting sends her regards as well, does she? They sure know how to make a girl feel appreciated. Oh, I should probably give you a nudge in Osmond's direction. He's been scanning the crowd every few moments, hoping you'd be back to regale him with the tale of your odd job adventure. If you've the time, I'm sure he'd be thrilled with any scrap of story you care to share. Various interactions are occurring nearby. The Sil'dihn survey record is now available within the Dungeon Finder, in the duty section of the main menu. New entries will be added as you complete each possible route. Sucro, how fare your adventures? You wouldn't happen to have any you'd like to share, would you? I'll tell you a bit. Sil'dihn Subterrane? I'm passing familiar with its history. And Mistress Momodi's client had you exploring this network of tunnels and aqueducts. Nod. Fascinating. By your description, this mysterious gate's floral motif sounds very much like a gerbera, or daisy as some prefer to call it. Shallow Moore is our resident botanical expert, so I can only tell you what she's told me, that gerberas are a common sight in Ul'dah, having adapted to thrive in Thanalan's arid climate. I've also read that the royal house of Thorn had something of a special relationship with these blooms. And was it not during the Thorn dynasty that the Sil'dihn waterways were purged of zombies? Curious. The Thorn shadow flickers, ever present, at the edges of your tale. I understand you're not at liberty to tell me everything, but even the abridged account has been absolutely captivating. A sealed gate, the hidden paths which lie beyond, the kind of perilous locales a poor combatant such as myself would read about but never hope or wish to visit. Deep beneath Ul'dah do mighty guardians dwell, but what have they been placed to protect? It practically bleeds intrigue. Intrigue. Yes, I'm ready to write my adventure epic, and it will be set in the dank passageways of the Sil'dihn Subterrane. But let me think a moment. Anything lurking in moldy aqueducts for an extended length of time would surely deteriorate as rust or decay set in. Putting aside the question of how long they've been down there, is it not reasonable to expect the inhabitants were once far stronger? Ah. So this is why there's a hard mode. Perhaps strong enough to challenge even the indomitable Sucro, eh? With you as my muse, this book will all but write itself. So you're the minstrel of this. Another Sil'dihn Subterrane, now accessible. Those are designed for specifically for people, I think. And we can exchange stuff for stuff. What's this earring look like? Oh, it's got the scales on it. The helm and the grape. Neat. I already have the WoW emote and the Noir long coat and leather gloves because I just bought those. Sil'dihn Silvers. Ah, these must be from the another version, then. Yes. It makes sense that the WoW emote is from there, because Nanamo kept doing that. So... yeah, the Funny Throne is also marketable, so I could just purchase that from the market board had I the money. The Thorn Legacy. Ah, we picked path 11 out of 12, apparently. Sil'dih Aqueducts, Thorn, Vault. I noticed these words scribbled on the back of the burglar's note we found, but was too preoccupied to give them much thought at the time. Did the intruder believe that a secret cache of Thorn riches was to be found somewhere in the waterways? I'm assuming Nanamo wrote this. An odd notion, given that the House of Thorn was well known for its honesty and integrity. After all, 'twas the Sultan of their dynasty who willingly transferred power back into the House of Ul, and there was nary a peep to imply any wrongful withdrawals from the royal treasury. Assuming they had secreted wealth in some hidden location, it would have been done with the full cooperation of the Ul family, with the particulars passed down to successive sultans. Father would have known of the arrangement, and he did speak of slumbering memories which should not be forgotten. Was this one of those things my parents wished me to see when I came of age? I've considered 100 potential scenarios for what they might have meant, each more fanciful than the last. And although the Sil'dihn Palace was indeed an eye-opening discovery, I sense Father alluded to a matter of even deeper import. So, yeah, another is in Criterion. You only get raised 2. Wait, 1 to 4 players? You can actually do another without 2 people? Or without 4 people? Or no, it probably just goes for matching. Matching will be used to form 4-player parties. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So, I realize I feel like I just did this, but I'm going to do this again. Then we're going to... We have some other paths to do. But first... Hello. Congratulations to the winners. Condolences to those who did not win. For one of them, you might ask me to do it yourself because it's so complicated and involves typing in chat. I feel like I should be trying to do it, though. I mean, it is my stream, after all. But that's like the 3rd dungeon, so that's not until like Friday at the earliest, unless I stream arbitrarily another time. Oh yeah, we can see which ones we got. In the diamonds here too. So, path number whatever. We went in the middle, we need to go in the left or the right. Regardless of what Nanamo thinks, if she thinks the center. Okay, she's going with right. So we're doing right this time. Next time, it doesn't matter what Nanamo thinks. And the time after that, it also doesn't matter what Nanamo thinks. The rightmost path is the correct way to go for the true ending. What a stench, I shall have to burn these clothes. But we're not doing the true ending, so I'm going to pretend I don't know anything else and try to forget everything. Nald, preserve me from creepers and crawlers. Pray clear the path, Supro. In fact, I'm going to directly do whatever the next step is incorrectly. So what do they feed on down here? Each other? And why must they smell so positively putrid? Careful, that big one looks nasty. That's a toad. Even empty of pests, this place is a dank, mold-ridden nightmare. How long has it lain untended? Nanamo poked the web. Adventuring always this disgusting. I should rather not traverse a fungal bridge, but I suppose if we hurry across... Is there no end to this foul menagerie? Nanamo's having a way worse time on this side of the dungeon. Decay is especially bad in this section. I fear the fungal growth is all which keeps it from collapsing. Ah, you see? Even the water is some ghastly shade of... Wait, is that ceruleum? Best give that a wide berth. 'Tis all in such a sorry state of disrepair. Oh, it's you again. But you're not going to be exactly the same. The bluish film atop the water is ceruleum. That it hardly explains the hecatonchia in the room. Watch your footing! It's coming up through the floor! Ow. Hooray. If you can best a Hecatonchia so handily, it certainly bodes well for the remainder of our expedition. Okay, so this is taking space in my inventory. Like many things are. To think that such a cavernous hollow yawns directly beneath Ul'dah. Raising one of these lifts should provide us passage across, assuming, of course, that the winch yet functions. So, the correct answer is right. Which means I'm doing it wrong. Interesting. The lift appears of Ul'dah design, albeit an old one, but everything else screams Amal-Jah. Do those rolling boulders just sprout legs? Forgotten cliff mole. Yes, most definitely Amal-Jah construction. Fortifications built for war rather than habitation, I would say. After you, I have an aversion to needles. Oh, hey. Several thousand needles, huh? Could this camp be from the time of the zombie purge? Was Father hoping I would see this one day? I need to remember I should be using Physis before Caracol, probably. Not that it matters terribly much. Did you know that Ul'dah and Amal-Jah once fought side by side? It is not common knowledge. Door of solid iron and no sign my key will open it. You see any handy levers or the like? In the beginning, the Lord of the Inferno shared with us his flame. Speak the name of the gift he bestowed upon our bloodline. The blessed spark or the sacred fire. Blessed spark? Unbeliever, you will proceed no further. Begone from this place. Well, not that one. Who's speaking? Well, I've not come this far to let a door turn me away. Break it down! Okay. Impressive. This is akin to having my own personal battering ram. That was kind of a poorly constructed door. Disembodied voices, dimly lit staircases. It has the feel of a haunted crypt. Ah. I'm not gonna do anything related to the sarcophagus other than look at it. For reasons. Part of the true ending is to do 4 emotes in the correct order at the sarcophagus. I don't know if that means we both have to do them. Undead Shadowcaster Zealous Ga. Or if that means one of us has to do them, or if like we both try to do them, if it'll mess it up. Only one person. What if both people try to do it? Does that like break everything? I should be the one to do things like that probably then. I keep landing on the paths you've never done, apparently, also. I am vigilance unceasing, a final death into the zombie horde. Zombie horde? Could this warrior have endured since the Thorn Dynasty? But that was centuries ago. Why did I try to turn the boss around like I was tanking? Winds carry you to fiery doom. I'd rather they didn't. Okay. My wards will incinerate your undead flesh. Ah. I can't say I understand why I died, necessarily. Rest eternal in my shadow. Oh, what the? Confuse, bemuse, and confound. Oh, what? Oh, those are teleport. And you still you shamble on. How must the fires burn to undo your foul animation? My heart weeps that we must fell such a fierce ally of Ul'dah. Well, that was undodgeable. Oh, that was an AoE on both of us? No, I use surecasts. Oh, God. Tragic end to a valiant warrior. He at least seemed unaware of his affliction. I got a card. Still, I must wonder how long this fallen hero slumbered here and cursed on death, trapped alone in this forgotten tomb. Though we worship different gods, I shall offer up a prayer for his peaceful repose all the same. Pay respects. Shall we make our return then, Sucro? There seems little reason to linger here. We've uncovered much and more, plenty enough to occupy my thoughts for the time being. You have my thanks. Should I, like, read the entry for that one, too? I don't know how much I really want to read every entry every time I complete a path, though it's not even that many. I guess I will, though. Who's that? Oh. The Amalja constructed Zaharak when they... I won't do voice acting for it, maybe. The Amalja constructed Zaharak when they came to join Ul'dah in purging the undead infestation from the Subterrane. And if Zaharak was their main war camp, then the old fortifications we passed through would have been served as a forward base. The question, then, is why did my parents give me the means to visit these rusted defenses? In my late father's possessions was a diary which made reference to the irrefutable evidence of the Alliance. Mayhap there's more to this place we have yet to discover. In life, father was a staunch opponent of the edict to banish the so-called beast tribes. Arrayed against him were the monetarists, who sought to preserve their special concessions and privileges by ousting their competitors. Of course they freaking did. 'Twas with the backing of the syndicate that they overruled the Sultan's will and forced their proposal into law. Unwilling to concede defeat, father intended to take the battle to the court of public consensus. His weapons would not be easily forged documents or records, but physical proof that the Amalja contribution to Ul'dah's continued prosperity. Then the accident happened, ending his plans to appeal for harmony ere they could truly begin. Which brings us back to this mention of evidence. I know not what form it might take, or indeed if it even exists, but should a thorough search of that forgotten base provide us with the clues, we are on the cusp of brokering a lasting peace with the Amalja. If I can but discover this elusive proof, then the aspirations father had for our nation may finally become a reality. In other words, capitalism ruined everything again. Time for the third road. And now we go left, regardless of what Nanamo says. Sorry, Nanamo. You're wrong. Huh? Why that one? Very well, the adventurer knows best. Onward we go. These creatures look distinctly unfriendly. You'd be so kind. I forgot that I have the rampart action, and I've never used it once. Fairly a test of your mettle, I see. Well done. We can walk through this pipe, I think, she says, walking through the pipe. Yeah, rampart's probably pretty significant. I have a lot of damage mitigation in the sense of, like, some matter of rodent. Surely even I can best a couple of mice. But, like, Cardia keeps me healed a little bit. Ah, not mice, definitely not mice. I could put Cardia on you, but I'm not sure who has the aggro most of the time, honestly. I think I do. Wait, what are Deceiver's diamonds anyway? Is this just garbage? Strange to think these giant pipes lie unseen, just yalms beneath the street of Ul'dah. I can use them? Oh. Okay, they're one of those. All yours, Sucro. So I haven't really been paying attention to how long each of these routes took. That culvert at the back is positively clogged. Would more water flush out the mud, I wonder? Oh, that redirected the water flow. It's the first I've seen such a mechanism at work. Can't believe we found the sewer level. Where do you suppose that water went to? Ah. It's about to go into my face, probably. Why would a Hecatonchia be down here? It seemed disinclined to let us pass peacefully. I remembered I can adjust who has Cardia at any given moment. Is he playing games? Etc.? What is that noise? Something coming from the drainage pipes? Surecast was about to run out. And victory is yours. I'm blessed to keep company with such a formidable ally. Ah, that breeze feels wonderful after the stuffy closeness of the tunnels. Respite was short-lived, I see. Challenge around every corner. Malachite Portico. Bother, my key was not made to open this gate. It says here 2 eyes are needed to see. 2 eyes? Some manner of riddle, do you suppose? Okay, now, this is clearly related to the thing I saw in the other path. Which I have to scroll up for 5 years to find. Malachite Portico, green and yellow sacks atop the rubble corner mound of earth. So, this is the corner mound of earth, and that's a yellow sack. So now we need the green one that's on the rubble. That's how we know we don't want the yellow one that's on the rubble. Stone plinth. Oh, this was no simple pattern on the floor. It was a teleportation portal. Let's see where it leads, shall we? So there's puzzles that we can solve correctly even on the wrong road. Presumably we would have had information about which password was correct on the other side if we from one of the other routes. Golems, and blocking the path we mean to take, no less. They'll not let us pass without a fight. Who would have abandoned their cleaning gear in here? Oh. And why do I feel like I've seen these particular brushes before? This rug, too, seems a relatively recent addition. See how the stone beneath it is cracked and worn? It is doubtful some thief had a sudden fit of decorating, but we shall leave it for now. Other mysteries abound. Maybe that's relevant somehow. According to Aya, it seems I've pulled 3 paths that she didn't do. Somehow. Which is kind of funny. Oh! Big rodent. Soapy sidekick Silky. I know that there's a Silky mount somehow, but I don't remember how or why. Oh, this is the mount you get for doing all 12 paths. Okay. This is not what I was expecting for a boss from this. That emote is correct. I know this creature. This is a Silky, a familiar which cleaned the palace once upon a time. Strange, its ether feels awfully, well, familiar, if you would pardon the pun. I love them. That attack is called Carpet Beater. That one that just happened. The Silky really cleaned your clock, you could say. You know, you could say that. You see that bubble around its puff? That must be how it channels its cleaning magics. That was called Soaps Up. Oh. Spot remover. Total wash. This is my favorite boss of the dungeon. Probably. Like for free. Oh no. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, I didn't recommend this one last. I just sort of... This is what we ended up with last. The last thing that we're going to do is the actual real true ending of the fight. Whatever that is, or of the dungeon, whatever that is. Puffs are lathered with soap now. I fear they mean business. Soaping spree. The timing on that made it seem like the Silky exploded. Squeaky clean. Hey. Wait, these are all the Requiescat icon. Like all of these. What does that mean? Well, Nanamo, what is your elaborate opinion on this rodent? I'm glad to know this, thank you. Oh. A minion. This palm-sized cleaning familiar's only purpose is to scrub things until they shine. Tabletops, armor, ear canals, you name it. Is there like a minion per path? Or something? The Silky's ether. It had the exact same feel as Mother's. What? What does that mean? What have we here? I assume you mean your mother's Silky, probably? And not like your mother was this, became the Silk. Such a beautiful garden. Not the sort of place one expects to find at the end of a grimy tunnel. I see we have more out-of-place furniture. Wait, could this also be Mother's doing? My parents had a haven they escaped to when they wished to be alone, and I believe we've just found it. Is this the reason they gifted me the key? Was this what I was supposed to see? Nay, as lovely as this secluded sanctuary is, I suspect the gesture held greater significance. While I should like to linger still, I fear Papa Shan will soon note my absence. Let us be away. I have to check every chair. The chair is real! This looks like a place where we would play chess against each other. Wait, is that just one of the Vieira's sitting poses? Do they just have a thinking sit pose? My point is angled upwards because you are tall. Dark Souls font chair authenticated, yeah. It's important to remember that using the sit emote will also make you stand up instead of like abruptly teleporting to a standing position. Oh, this is the table you were talking about earlier. That you tried to grind stuff for. That makes sense. This is a nice place. All right. I will read this. Pride and acceptance. Happy Pride Month, everyone. With a mind to prepare for future explorations, I began trawling through the palace archives in search of documents, with even a tangential mention of Sil'dih. For the most part, however, the shelves held little in the way of new information. The only account to snare my attention was that of an Ul'dan soldier who'd written of his experiences fighting alongside the Amalja during the zombie purge. His report touched upon the different approach his new allies took to warfare, and how those differences impeded their cooperative efforts. It was said that the undead which flooded the waterways were beyond counting and varied wildly in individual strength. The most effective strategy, or so this soldier believed, was to focus their efforts on the weaker zombies and thus whittle the horde down to a more manageable size. Not so the Amalja. When presented with the choice, the proud warriors would always seek to slay the mightiest enemies first. This display of superiority, they explained to the exasperated Ul'dan, was the best way to wage war. To do otherwise, to begin with engagement with a lesser foe, would cast doubt upon one's martial prowess. It would seem they learned to respect each other's reasoning, yet ultimately fought their battles as their peoples preferred. The Ul'dan soldier returned to his former tactic, targeting the weakest undead for his initial assaults. An interesting point of culture, mayhap, but a helpful one? That remains to be seen. That is a clue for the real path, yeah. All it made me think of was how in Ogre Battle, your limited amount of direction for your units is attack like weakest, strongest, or leader, or whatever they feel like, I think. Oh, I already learned the minion, right. Subordinate to the larger sanitation familiar left behind in the Sil'dihn Subterrane, the sponge Silky is able to summon a soapy cleaning agent from thin air. It will squeeze its malleable body into the smallest crevices and expunge every last spot of filth and dirt, continuing the work it once did in the royal palace. I am a finder of filth and a pursuer of purity, says the statuesque broom. Evidently. Rodent. Hamster. Add to favorites. This is Sucro's new friend. Oh, the Wandering Minstrel is over here. By the way. You. Anyway. So, next is the true ending of the dungeon. The hammer. I like that typo of hamster as hammer. Before the true ending, I will once again do this. Speaking of hamster. It feels like I didn't take a lot of time in between these, but that's fine. It's good to take breaks frequently, is what I've heard.
Boreal that.
Hello. Congratulations to the winners. Condolences to those who did not win. We are back. If you're wondering why I haven't changed where the screen is yet, it's because I wanted to have this. Whoops. Dang it. I just want you to look at the hamster. That's all. Look at them. They float. They clean. So, now, the real Sil'dihn Subterrane begins, but like or something like that. Step 1, take the rightmost path. When these instructions were provided by Aya as well. When you say with Nanamo,
The real Sil'dihn Souls starts here.
I assume that you don't mean she has to also choose right. So we don't have to like restart if Nanamo's wrong or something. So right. Right. There's no way for her to not be present, as far as I'm aware, so. The next instruction happens after the mini-boss, or the first boss, the middle boss. Apparently the path to the truth lies in the stank zone, by the way. Unfortunately for Nanamo. The truth is often unpleasant. That's true. Don't want to leave Nanamo behind. I don't know if that matters, but it would be rude. Oh, yeah, I had mentioned in the game chat, the cerulean pipe didn't break this time. Huh. Yeah, so this is different. Because the random event was different. That seemed like a particularly rude variation of that one. Rude guy. So, we must go to the right. Okay, in this room we have to kill them in decreasing order of size, starting with the father. No AoEs. Now the mother? Then the brother. Then the sister. And then the Drakeling. That was the part that was most mess-upable. You've triggered some spell of opening. I wonder why they chose to conceal this passage. Yeah, that's fairly grim. I think that's the one part that could be easily... Well, no, there's another part that can be easily messed up. This must be where they stored the ritual materials. These are precious relics, every one. You think they might be blessed or enchanted in some fashion? You have to pick up the incense burner. So I guess you could ignore that for some other result. Storage room for ceremonial objects suggests the ceremonial chambers nearby. Okay. I think this is the same thing she said for the sarcophagus before. Don't go into the boss room. Target the sarcophagus and do the following emotes in order. Bow. Respect. Victory pose. Kneel. You're performing the funerary rites? And I should light the incense and say a prayer for the fallen. As the incense wafts upwards, a sense of peace settles over the coffin. Another secret passage? This place certainly is full of surprises. And that's the true ending steps. Let us take a piece, shall we? Or a peek, shall we? So it just keeps going once you do the correct thing. Oh, it's not even on the map. There's like not a marked passage there. That's fun. Ah, we found the secret artillery. Oh my gosh. Armed automaton, Thorn Knight. Ravanatron, that's right. That's scary. Well then. Draw your weapon of choice and face me fair and square. Who built this oversized mammoth? And why does it have those Amalja limbs? Fire the cannon! How is this fair? It has an entire bank of artillery at its command. It was using it for honor. I get it. The impossible choice, will you taste steel or wither in flame? Oh, goodness. Neither, preferably. So that was wrong. All right. I'm getting cooler at Sage, by the way. I'm learning. Oh. Well, that worked out. It's arms, they switch sides. What a dirty trick. I got hit by that one. Bit too much to figure out quickly. Oh, wait. I think this is... No. Aha, I did my funny trick that I figured out again. Oh, Christ. I'm dying. I can't think that quickly sometimes, is the thing about thinking. Just press every button. Apparently that was wrong. Oh. Jeez. Take that, you four-armed hunk of automaton junk! You fought splendidly, Sucro. I died.
To the stars. I am all of me. All of my name days at once.
Now
By
to see
the
what
name
it was guarding.
themselves.
Destroy!
Ul'dan and Amalja banners hanging side by side. What have we stumbled into this time? This book appears to be a catalog of some kind. Oh, these items are all proof of the past alliance. What is this wedged in its pages? May the reader of this letter be our darling Nanamo. If this message is for me, then why leave it here? My parents had such faith that I would find it. Nay, 'tis the vault itself they wish for me to discover, and these priceless truths preserved within. Come, let us return to Ul'dah, where I can thank you properly for your most invaluable escort. That makes sense. I mean, I appreciate you clarifying that, because that could have just been the standard, the dungeon is over, return to Ul'dah type of text. I wish I was better at, like, figuring out what to do when the entire screen is full of various instructions. I feel like my brain freezes up. I'm guessing none of this would be particularly helpful, right? None of these 2 accessibility settings that exist. 3. Well, no, this is for the icons. I don't know what color filtering means either. Oh, right, that's for color blindness. That makes a lot of sense. That was a foolish thing for me to say I didn't know about, but it's whatever. I don't know what the visual alerts is this. Right. That's for some other conditions that I don't immediately know. I would guess. Nor do I know exactly what this is meant to signify. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of particular knowledge on this subject. Fighting that boss solo, I would just die like halfway through it 3 times in a row and be sad. If anyone does know what that visual alert setting is meant to be, sound visualization for deaf and hard of hearing? Oh yeah, that's probably it. I think that's actually it. Oh, I think I may have died more were I solo. I'm not sure. That's what I mean. And like dying once when you're solo means starting the whole fight over, giving me more opportunities to die. So, is Nanamo? Yeah, Nanamo's over there. Presumably. Ugh. That probably is sound visualization. I just forgot about... I guess the bars are meant to indicate the directions from which sounds are coming, probably. Kind of wish I knew a little bit more about accessibility stuff. That dog is in a tremendously uncomfortable position at the moment. Crowned pie. Kokoshu has the air of one with a message to convey. Mistress Funk, I'm pleased to inform you that the storage vault you discovered has been thoroughly inventoried. And as Her Grace previously mentioned, she wishes to discuss the findings with you in person. Have you a moment or two to take tea with the Sultana? Nod. Very good. Pray take the time you need to freshen up and change your wardrobe if you so desire, then meet me at the on the hustings strip. I don't know, I think I'm already dressed formally enough. I've got like a tie and everything. I'll hide my weapon, how's that? That probably automatically hides, actually. I think Sucro has managed to find an outfit that is both casual, adventure, and formal at the same time. Apparently I had to add pound cake as a permitted term, which concerns me greatly about the state of the English language. Was it? No, it's crowned pie. A galette-style pie decorated with a golden crown and served at Ishgardian festivals. I don't know why we have it here, but I guess it was imported. Thank you for coming, Mistress Funk. Her Grace will see you now. It did hide the weapon. But yeah, see, I'm totally already dressed for formal occasions. While it is quite amusing to skulk about in disguise, I thought it might be nice to meet in comfort for a change. We had to add permitted the term twice, apparently. Because one time it had a question mark. Yeah. The question mark confused it, but also, yeah. That said, I'm reminded of our private audience around the time of the victory banquet. Right before I had to flee into the aqueducts. Not a day I care to recall. Why does it keep holding it? Automod keeps insisting that pound cake is a sexual term, and holding it no matter how many times we permit it. I can imagine in my mind why that might be the case, and I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to think about it. Anyway, that wasn't a particularly great day. Probably a false positive. It was a dark time indeed. Let us perforce move on to brighter things, shall we? Maybe pound cake is illegal like bananas are. Pound cake is going around secretly, as they say. You know, like this. That would make pound cake opium though, so like, shrug. Kokoshu will have told you of our progress in cataloging the Sultan's vault. Nod. I deployed a hand-picked group of soldiers to compare its contents against the inventory list we recovered, and 'twould seem all items were present and accounted for. There was no evidence of thieving or vandalism, not all be praised. Every time someone mentions one of the 12 in any context right now, I'm just gonna be like, glancing nervously from side to side. Blog killing axolotl? I need to know more about that. The question then is, what did the Sultan of the Thorn Dynasty deem so precious that it must be concealed in an underground archive constructed for the purpose? Questioning head tilt. It was a gift. Other kingly treasures were stored there, of course, but But pride of place at the top of the list was a tribute from the Amalja. An axolotl whose image code in the link happens to also match Tumblr's delete blog command. That's amazing. If they referenced bananas are going around secretly in this game for some reason, even though that's in like Saga 2, that'd be very funny. That axolotl thing is also very funny. Uldans and Amalja once fought side by side to purge the Sil'dihn Subterrane of the undead, and this tribute commemorated their well-fought victory. True accounts of the matter, however, have long been stifled for political expedience. Thus did generations of rulers seek to keep the tribute safe and secret, that evidence of our historic alliance might never be forgotten. Sucro just raises her hand. If something's secret, people are gonna forget it, though. If the goal is to not forget it, why are they hiding it? They believed the world would change for the better. They believed that preserving our people's shared past would aid us in embracing harmony when the time was ripe for reconciliation. Okay, but why'd you put your history museum underground? I don't need to read the entry because it basically summarizes this conversation. Alright, I'll look at it anyway and see if there's anything new in it. And after the recent happenings at Paglathan, I believe that time is now. Right. I guess we were waiting for when to reveal the secret, or whatever. For coin, country, and comrades in arms, we bequeath this trust to the House of Ul. So reads the declaration of our forebears, and so shall I endeavor to answer their charge. Sorry, I had to do some mental math to calculate if the slices of this cake that we had were equal to the proportion of the cake that was cut out. Because I thought for a second I saw that only one slice was cut from the cake, but we had two. But it looks like a fourth of the cake is cut, and then we each have a half of that, so never mind, it makes sense. There are no few on both sides who seek to decry our efforts. That peace between our peoples will not and cannot be attained. Yet with the gift of precedence in hand, that will I have the means to convince them. Book. And I have you to thank for arming me with the truth. Had you not answered my selfish request, or persisted with such patience, I may never have made this wholly unexpected discovery. You have my deepest gratitude, Sucro. Ever shall I cherish the memories of our explorations. Smile. And then everyone died instantly again. Because she drank a sip of tea. Oh, but how unseemly of me to dominate the conversation so. What of my distinguished guest? How does Eorzea's tireless champion fare of late? Nod. Sucro is saying things about how she's been faring of late, I guess. I guess the monitorists would probably just destroy it. Those freaking jerks. And I guess that's her mother and father. Deep beneath Ul'dah, beyond the twisting tunnels of the Sil'dihn aqueducts, we've discovered a vault in which slumbers a precious legacy. Send her a catalog of evidence. There's the words. There's the declaration. There's the missive. Ah, there's like the full letter that they gave. The tradition dictated this trust be passed on by word of mouth. Father felt that should worst come to worst, it was safer to have an explanation committed to parchment. Dearest Nanamo, we wonder what manner of woman you've become. We know the role of Sultana will challenge you in myriad ways, but no matter how your rule unfolds, remember that you shall ever be our greatest achievement. Seize what happiness you may each day, for joy is worth more than all the gil in Ul'dah. Mother, father, be assured that 'tis not sorrow which causes these tears to fall, but overwhelming pride. Now in this moment, I am simply happy to be your daughter. Aw. Yeah, she gets her own cutscene that we don't get there. Oh! Hamster Perch! I didn't know that this was a minion that did this. I knew that some minions do it. When she's looking at the hamster and it's on her shoulder, aside from the part where where their faces are clipping into each other, it kind of looks like the hamster's just nuzzling her. Kind of looks like that anyway. Adorable. Its tail seems to be slightly detached from its body, though. Like, it looks like this is a shadow meant to be next to the tail that is sometimes desynced. Weird. Hamster. How did you enjoy your tea? The Sultana had much to talk to you about, it seems. I understand that an adventure of your caliber is in high demand, and we do so appreciate you taking the time to assist Her Grace, both now and in the days to come. I also understand how difficult it can be to finish one's cake in the presence of royalty. Here, I've packed you some sweets for the road. Fare you well, Mistress Funk. That's a funny reason to give you this reward. New Game Plus. Achievement unlocked, Sultana's favor. Sultana's shadow. Well, that just makes it seem a little creepy. Seems like that's either like stalking her or being her invisible bodyguard. Which I guess is somewhat accurate. Anyway. That was Variant Dungeon 1. And that's probably all we're doing today. It was a fair bit of doing stuff. I guess there's a chance that maybe that shadow is meant to be like... But I don't feel like it is. I feel like it's just a shadow that is slightly oddly placed. Because it's like part of the texture, but the tail is moving. Anyway. Weird hamster detail. Oh no. Not the negative zone. Now that I've experienced Variant Dungeon content, what are my thoughts? I feel... Oh. A jaunty cap! I'm distracted by the jaunty cap that I've just found. Now, if there was ever motivation to gear aiming, it would be this one. This is a good hat for Sucro, I think. Perhaps when the ability to have glasses and a hat at the same time is real. Maybe I should keep this cap in mind. Anyway, my thoughts on Variant Dungeon content so far are that I feel like I might not be able to tell you a clear picture of what my thoughts on Variant Dungeon content are until I've done all of it. I suppose. But also, like, the first one seemed pretty neat. It seems like, I guess, going through the rest of the paths might be something to do in my spare time, though it might also be a little bit tedious. I think it's interesting how the bosses change and stuff. There's a lot about them that's neat. But I feel like I can't really judge them until I've done all of the ones that are available. Maybe. And also, I haven't done, like, the Criterion half of them, and I probably won't. So I can't judge that part either. And I haven't tried doing them solo to see how well that goes. It seems neat, though. I don't have, like, a super elaborate answer to your question at the moment, it would seem. I just wanted to do spin. I feel like I haven't been streaming for that long. But that's probably because the last few streams were like 6 hours. More than anything else. I am going to, before I forget, deposit this hat in the fashion void. I don't think there's like anything that would be very quick that I could throw onto the end of the stream here. So I guess this might just be it. Oh, right, I got this. You're not allowed to turn this in for seals, so it's just taking up space. Funnily enough. Oh, there's like that, right, you did say there was a Louis Soir quest in Ul'dah that they added sneakily recently. What is it called? Ah, remembering the past, probably. I'm remembering when. Hold on. Hold on.
Vine Ray passed.
Yeah? I don't mean to call out your typo, but I was very curious about how that would be said. So this was added recently, I think? It has level sync or quest sync, so that the determined set of your jaw, the dynamic presence, as if you're ever ready to leap into action. There's no mistake. You're an adventurer and a dependable one at that. Added this summer around the time of the about the time of the rising. Tell me, are you familiar with the name of Louis Soir l'Eveilleur? I forgot that remembering the past was a Sonic lyric, maybe? Or is that something else? Yeah, of course. Of course you are, of course you are. Forgive me my suddenness. I'm the Nanji no Nanji, a budding writer, and I seek to pen a biography of the great man. In particular, I wish to cover his movements leading up to the calamity, and to that end I've requested an interview with the Immortal Flames. He served the why is my speech falling over? He served the Eorzean Alliance as a tactician, you see, so there ought to be someone in the Order who had dealings with him. And while my request has thankfully been accepted, there's just one problem. I don't have much experience conducting interviews, and I'm worried whether I'll be able to do a proper job. As an adventurer, you're doubtless used to dealing with these people. Thus, I would like to ask you to accompany me in the capacity of an assistant. It'd be tremendously reassuring to simply have you watching on. And if you're amenable, afterwards I'd like to interview you as well for your own impressions. For your troubles, I'll be certain to credit you as a collaborator. So please, won't you help me with my biography, that the memories of the calamity might be preserved for future generations? Nod. I'm in your debt. To begin with, please come with me to Camp Drybone in Eastern Thanalan. There's a place I'd like to visit ahead of the interview. I think I've accidentally characterized this individual as having difficulty speaking because I fumbled my speech a billion times by coincidence. Sorry, Nananji. Must make it difficult to give an interview if my characterization accident is real. There you are, to explain why we're here. Oh, but I haven't even asked your name. How am I supposed to credit you if I don't even know that much? I'm Sucro. I'm a cat. Sucrofunk? The Sucrofunk, champion of Eorzea? Small wonder I felt you were dependable. With one such as you helping me, everything will surely go well. But getting back to business, the interview I've arranged is with an officer of the Immortal Flames. And there's still time, however. I thought we'd pay a visit to the nearby graveyard first so I can explain my motivation for the biography. Can't believe they removed my funny hamster from this cutscene. I came from a small village near the Cartano Flats. It was burned down in the calamity, and those who died were laid to rest here. My parents among them. Gasp. It's hardly an uncommon tale. After the dread Primal emerged from Dalamud, he unleashed fiery devastation across the length and breadth of Eorzea. This quest is level 50, but synced down. Or has quest sync. Which means it's recent. Apparently from this year. But as much as the calamity has scarred the realm, it's quickly becoming just another event in the history books. Beyond occasionally giving thanks to the Archons that Eorzea was saved, people spare it little thought. But when you've lost so many loved ones, it's hard to feel that anything was saved. Oh, did they refuse to use Graveyard before? That's why I wish to know more about Louis Soir. By learning about his part in Eorzea's salvation, I hope that I will attain closure. That's my motivation for writing the biography. Nod. Now then, in preparation for the interview, let's review what is known about our subject. It's difficult to define exactly when the Seventh Umbral Calamity was set in motion. Many historians, however, point to the Empire's Meteor Project, which sought to bring Dalamud down upon Eorzea. Hey look, it's the depiction of Nofika that was mentioned. At some point. Also, Raoban looking like some sort of god in the left one. I forgot they showed the war... Well, I didn't know they showed the war posters, but... Yeah, Nofika's design is somewhat different in the raids. Definitely more clothed, as you said. Anyway, it was the year 1562 of the Sixth Astral Era. Seeking to combat the Imperial threat, Louis Soir founded the Circle of Knowing, an order whose objective was the preservation of Eorzea. Through its members, the Archons of Sharlayan, the Circle worked to unite the nations of Eorzea in common cause. The result was the formation of the Grand Companies in the three city-states, the Immortal Flames, the Order of the Twin Adder, and the Maelstrom. None of these would exist now were it not for their efforts. That's like the only time they ever show you those posters. And then in the year 1572, when the situation was coming to a head, Louis Soir himself made the journey to Eorzea in secret and engaged with each of the nations. What took place during that time is what I seek to learn in the interview. The man we're due to meet is the contact for the Free Brigade, a unit formed of adventurers, and he apparently had Louis' assistance for a mission. Wonder if this person existed in 1.0. Oh, you can get the posters? The meeting place is Highbridge to the northeast. It's more or less time now, so let's make our way there. Nod. Nod. I was double checking the quest description because I felt like this NPC had an ambiguous gender and I wanted to not misgender him if I said a pronoun. And also I don't ever remember the Lalafell naming conventions enough to tell via that. But yeah. I only played the tiniest amount of 1.0, not enough to get... Well, also Sucro isn't a character from 1.0, but I didn't play enough 1.0 to have, like, access to the legacy tattoo feature. Yeah, I feel like Lalafell gender is often somewhat difficult to discern. But the naming conventions, if you know them, are a good way to tell, I suppose. But I just want to be respectful, so I double checked. The interviewee should be along any moment now. You're the ones who seek an interview. I must say I wasn't expecting to see the champion of Eorzea. I'm the Nani no Nanji, the writer who made the request, and Sucro is kindly accompanying me for the interview. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your busy schedule to humor me. I think for Lalafell names, like, the male ones typically rhyme, kinda? Like, they have the same last syllable, like Nananji no Nanji here. And then the female Lalafell names are more like an ABABB scheme, like Nanamo Namo, or no, well, it depends on which subset of Lalafells it is, but like Nanamo Namo is AABAB. It's just a little difficult to remember that sometimes. I wonder what specific version of this model of clothing Nananji has. Because I don't remember one that had a blue scarf and this other color scheme and all that. Must be a crafting or gathering one? Like a specific one? Anyway. I can't thank you enough for taking the... right. Sucro's kindly accompanying me for the interview. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your busy schedule to humor me. Come now, no need for the thanks. Like everyone, I hold Louis in the highest esteem. If you wish to know about him, Holland Aubrey is always glad to oblige. Bow. Casual greeting. Flame salute. Without further ado then, let us begin. My understanding is that you had dealings with Louis. Could you please tell me the details? As you know, our guard companies were formed thanks to the Circle of Knowing, but it wasn't until Dalamud began turning red that Louis first appeared. That's him! It began with the word that an elderly Elysian man had come to Gridania who held the key to vanquishing primals. Upon learning of this, I sent an adventurer of the Free Brigade to make contact with him. Does Louis have the tattoo on his forehead entirely because he has a high collar so you can't see it if it's on his neck? Ah, right. It is a gatherer-specific one then. Okay. It'd be a funny touch if they gave the legacy NPCs more polygons. That would be very funny. Upon learning of this, I sent an adventurer of the Free Brigade to make contact with him. I later learned that the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder had done the very same. At that time, our companies weren't yet collaborating, each one only thought to stay ahead of the others. I wonder also if this quest has different dialogue if you are a legacy character. Truth be told, at first we didn't think much of Louisoix, only that he was the leader of scholars who studied peculiar prophecies. But when the adventurer reported back, our opinion of the man completely changed. With his spellcraft, Louisoix had opened the way into Ifrit's domain, and by the hand of dauntless adventurers, the Lord of the Inferno was brought low. Alas, many defeats preceded that victory. It was reported that countless charred corpses laid strewn in the bowl of embers. Now the mission also yielded a shocking revelation. No differences, huh? Following the battle, Legatus Nael von Darnus of the 7th Imperial Legion appeared and told the adventurer that the hour of reckoning was at hand, that Dalamud would soon fall and cleanse the land. That was when we realized that the Empire was behind the Red Moon's anomaly. So, thanks to Louisoix, you came to be aware of the Meteor Project. Still, it doesn't seem like you had much to act upon. As you say, afterwards we scrambled to learn all we could about the project. For a blessing, we had the cooperation of a Garlean defector, Sid Garland, whom you know well. He revealed the details of the project, that it utilized a transmission tower to pluck Dalamud from the heavens, all for the purpose of purging us savages from the realm. Yeah. Kinda sucks, huh? I could continue telling you what I know, but from this point on, there's someone better suited than I am. If you're interested, I would be glad to introduce you to this individual. What say you? Well now, we'd be keen to speak with this person indeed. Very well, I'll send word to the Adder's Nest. If you could take yourselves to Apkalu Falls, I will arrange for a meeting there. To go to such lengths to help us, I can't say how grateful I am. Do not mention it. As I said, I hold Louisoix in the highest esteem. He was the one who brought our three nations together, and nothing would please me more than for him to be remembered. Well, it's past time I return to Ul'dah. I pray that the coming interview bears you fruit. I have to assume that that guy is somewhere in 1.0. The lieutenant certainly has great respect for Louisoix. And thanks to him, we have another promising interview. Come, let's head to Gridania, where the Archon had sojourned. Nod. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking, I really like this Sucro glamour still. It kind of works for everything. Like I said, it works for formal occasions and adventure, and casual occasions. I'm glad people agree that it's good. Right. Point number one. I wish there was a point directly next to Apkalu Falls sometimes. But, like, it's not really that big of a deal. Point number two. The other fun thing about Apkalu Falls... Oh, also those two are still here. Go away. Anyway. Over here, we can see... an abandoned feature of the video game, mostly. Everyone loves to see it. It's the achievement sky! I have achievement points. I have 116 of them. Everything here costs like 2. And I have all of it. Do I have all of these? Yeah. 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 So literally the only thing I could get here is a swimsuit voucher, which you get for free when you make a character if you have all the stuff that I have, and I don't remember what that is for, but I threw it away instantly. I'm opposed to it. And then the only other thing I can do with this is get an infinite amount of Hildebrand and Nashu pictures. Which is funny. It is kind of neat to have stuff to unlock when you're new. But I feel like they should have more stuff in this vendor, is all. Like, literally the only thing I could get out of this would be a swimsuit that I don't want, or a billion Hildebrand portraits, which is, as I said, funny. Also, shoutouts to Ymitra, who's also over here. She's Y'shtola's sister. Y'shtola's sister. I feel like I didn't enunciate that very well. Also in charge of summoner quests, which I might look at on stream sometime. I still need to do the level 80 one, actually. So this is Apkaloo Falls. The conspicuous lack of the creatures aside, it's quite a beautiful place. Now then, the person we're to meet should be along shortly. Also, no, he does not have any spring rolls. Yeah, I was expecting a Gridanian lieutenant. Or officer of some sort. Yep. I was told that there were those who wished to learn about Louisoix, and who should one of them be but Captain Funk? Well met. I'm Lieutenant Cyro Folk of the Order of the Twin Adder. Okay, so there's probably at least a change based on which grand company you have allegiance with, where they address you by your rank, if you match them. But yeah, I'm a captain. I'm a captain, Sucro says, grinning awkwardly, hoping that her joke is anything. Captain Funk and Lieutenant Folk. Yeah, those are pretty close, actually. Bow. Serpent salute. That's fun. They make you do your Grand Company salute here, if it's the matching one. Something, okay, Sucro doing the Serpent salute to her Grand Company and just like the most casual greeting possible to the other two is pretty good, actually. Nanani no Nanji, at your service. Thank you for sparing the time to speak with us. Also, every time I read Nananji's name, I think of Jumanji. Think nothing of it. I must say, though, that Lieutenant Aubrey chose the perfect spot for the subject matter. Questioning head, though? Louisoix spent much time in rumination here in the days before the calamity. We Gridanians being somewhat reserved by nature, at first the citizens kept their distance. And yeah, Cyro Folk is kind of like Sucro Funk from an alternate dimension, where he's like not a cat or a girl or a cat girl. And also he's in the same dimension. It's just a weird coincidence. More than anything. It's funny that Ymitra and the Master of the Rolls and the other NPCs just sort of stand here during this still. But in time, people warmed to him. He patiently lent an ear to their troubles, healing hurts and offering counsel, and gradually earned their trust. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Oh no. Infinite Cats doesn't sound like a crisis to me. Fiera Sucro isn't real and can't hurt you. Louisoix spoke those words, and lived up to them. He was the epitome of a Charlian sage. Hey, I'm a sage! And I recall myself being moved. Now, shortly after we'd become aware of the Meteor Project, the hamlet of Quarry Mill was attacked by the Primal Garuda. Both soldiers and civilians were among the casualties. I don't know if Sucro just randomly interrupts like that. I don't think she's rude. At least not intentionally rude. What is this Garuda expression here? Is that a pog? Is Garuda pogging in this picture? The Order of the Twin Adder moved to vanquish the Primal, but when we were not alone. Through Louis Sua's mediation, we had the support of not only our sister Grand Companies, but capable adventurers the realm over besides. Using an artifact known as the Vortex Feather, the Archon opened the way for a band of adventurers to sally forth into Garuda's turbulent domain, where they felled the fearsome being, halfway between a pog and a no-ho-ho-ho-ho. Yeah, that seems... No, well, no, Garuda doesn't oh-ho-ho-ho-ho. Garuda ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-has. There's a subtle but important difference. Unless she was more oh-ho-ho in 1.0, and she changed her vowels around in between parts of the game. Upon her defeat, however, the Primal's dispersed ether did not return to the land. Instead, it was absorbed into the Red Moon Dalamud. When the Empire constructed a new base in Mordona, the Elder Seedseer saw the need for decisive action and put forth a proposal. The formal reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, which had for so long lain dormant. 1.0 ho ho ho. Yeah. The initial response from other nations was lukewarm at best. They felt that the burden to be borne by each party was excessive, that they were loath to do aught that would place them at a disadvantage against their rivals. But the revelation that a lunar transmitter had been erected in the Imperial base prompted a change of heart. The tower controlled Dalamud's descent. If it could be destroyed, then the Meteor Project would be forestalled. After having constantly been on the back foot, our nations were motivated to join hands that we might strike a decisive blow against the enemy. Thus was the Eorzean Alliance reformed, as the Circle of Knowing had hoped. At the same juncture, Louis Soi was asked to join the Alliance as a tactician, and in that capacity he provided sage counsel to our heads of state. So although he was at first treated with wariness, Louis Soi earned our trust through his actions, and paved the way to enduring cooperation between our nations. Indeed, were it not for him, we would all have perished divided. We owe Louis Soi a great debt. Now then, I expect you might be interested in hearing about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter. But for that tale, I would recommend you seek out another, a decorated soldier who actually took part in the operation. Although a hardened warrior, she's quite friendly and should be glad to regale you with her experiences. Should I send her word on your behalf? We'd be duly grateful. Very well. If you could take yourselves to the Maelstrom Command in Limsa Lumensa, I shall see that she knows to expect you. With that, I shall take my leave. I pray that the biography is a success. Everyone has been more helpful than I dared to hope. It seems Louis Soi had quite an influence on others. Shrug. I wouldn't really know. That interview gave us some valuable insights into his character, and I'm eager to see what we learn in the next. Come, let's head to Limsa Lumensa. Nod. I wouldn't really know. I only kinda defeated a phantom bird version of him once. I don't know how accurate that was to the real one. I know his grandkids. I got a hamster. Does that have anything to do with anything? You can't call him Louis, because I'll just think Louis when you do that. Okay, that's fair. Pikmin game where the two captains are Alphino and Alize, and they say their names when you switch to them. Alphino and Alize inexplicably leading around hundreds of mammoths for no reason. Clearly that's the new limited job that they've announced. It's not Beastmaster, it's Puppet Master, and you control 100 of them at the time like Pikmin. Oh, well, if we're going with Alphino and Alize, Alphino has the background music like normal, and then Alize has the swing version, for sure. I'm not sure about the other ones. And there it is, Maelstrom Command. Shall we then? I think Thancred is probably the swing version, Urianger is probably the non-swing version. Y'shtola, I think, is swing version. Graha is maybe normal version. I feel like they have to be evenly split. Anyway, shall we then? I thought it might be you. Hey there, Riki. Ra'ashat? I don't know why I had a hunch it was you. Were the other two people actually like NPCs you could see around? Because like, Ra'ashat here is actually like frequently relevant, surprisingly, so like maybe I just notice her more often because I detect cats more easily than others sometimes. I'm always like, that's a cat. Istinian has the non-swing version when he's alone, but gets the swing version as soon as anyone else is talking. Yeah, that seems accurate. Sucro, ever a sight for sore eyes. And you must be Nananji. Ra'ashat Riki at your service. I understand that you wish to hear about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter. I guess the other two are probably around, but maybe Ra'ashat just stands out more because you can see her cat ears and tail like through the uniform. And because, as I said, I am biased towards noticing cats, admittedly. Indeed, I'm penning a biography of Archon Louis Soir, you see, for which I'm interviewing people who had dealings with him. I truly appreciate your time. Nod. Also, this is the 1.0 Limsa music. Were they playing the 1.0 other music in the previous ones, and I didn't notice it? I don't think they were. You're very welcome. I would be glad to assist even if it wasn't a request from Lieutenant Folk. Bow. Greeting. Salute. I forgot the ears wiggle when you salute. Look, that's important. Now then, to continue where he left off, it was shortly after the Eorzean Alliance was formed. Our scouts returned with the word that the 7th Legion had activated the lunar transmitter in their fortress in Mordona. Now known as Castrum Sentry, the fortress was originally called Castrum Novum before the 14th restored and renamed it. It was in order to break through its defenses and destroy the transmitter that our three nations joined hands, and we were determined to succeed. The strategy that Louis Soir proposed was elegant in its simplicity. While our main force drew the Garleans' attention with an all-out siege, an elite band of adventurers would infiltrate the Castrum and make for our objective. Not unlike main story stuff in this version of the game. Ah, she yelling! Something about her yelling face seems more extreme than the yelling face of the guy next to her. Pog, angry. We had entrusted adventurers with ridding us of the primals. Now we entrusted them with the very fate of Eorzea. I still remember the operation as if it were yesterday. Though we met with fierce resistance, we had fought more fiercely still. No matter the cost, we had to ensure that the adventurers had a chance to strike at the transmitter. And when the messenger arrived bearing word that they'd succeeded, it still makes my heart sore to recall that moment of triumph. Almost looks like pre-rendered cutscene quality. Yeah, I wonder if these are like actual 1.0 screenshots. That day we learned that by standing together, the people of Eorzea could oppose even the might of the Empire. Yeah, from 13 years ago. It is no exaggeration to say that victory paved the way for Eorzea's future. Without it, there would not have been an Operation Archon. Alas, it wasn't all glad tidings. For though we destroyed the transmitter, Nail Van Darnus appeared and claimed that he no longer needed the device to bring down Dalamud. He himself had the power to do so. I feel like I didn't absorb the dialogue. Okay, so it's good that we fought together, basically. Is what the dialogue was. So long as Van Darnus lived, the threat of destruction remained. And so, branding him an enemy to all life in Eorzea, the nations of the Alliance undertook a desperate manhunt. At length they located him in Kurthus and sent their greatest warriors to hunt him down. Leading that formidable band was the adventurer whom they called the Warrior of Light, and though no records remain of the fierce encounter, one thing is certain. At battle's conclusion, Nail Van Darnus was brought low. I feel like this would have to be different if you were that Warrior of Light, right? Because people do remember you eventually. Adventurally. As you know, however, our woes did not end with the White Raven, for Louisoix and his disciples determined that Dalamud would continue to fall. In a last-ditch bid to prevent the realm's annihilation, the Circle of Knowing issued a request to the Eorzean Alliance to secure the Cartano Flats, where the Red Moon was expected to crash. It was no simple task, for the entirety of the 7th Legion had amassed in Cartano, but it was necessary in order to perform a ritual to stop Dalamud, a ritual that invoked the power of the 12. So it was that the Battle of Cartano was joined, and I dare say you know how that tale continues. To everyone's shock, the Elder Primal Bahamut emerged from Dalamud and proceeded to unleash his fury upon the realm. Nod. Aye, and though all bore witness as Louisoix initiated the ritual, none remember what came to pass afterwards, neither what happened to Bahamut nor why the realm was reborn. The haze that afflicted memories of the calamity, but people remember events prior to that moment, yes? If so, do you know if anyone was near Louisoix during the battle? Someone who may have spoken with him? If someone was near him, I'm afraid I do not know. He was atop a rise for the ritual while I was a good distance away on the front lines. My apologies. No, please don't apologize. You've shared a wealth of information and I couldn't ask for more. Well, if you're satisfied, then so am I. With that, I shall return to my duties. I look forward to reading the biography when it's finished. Wave, bow, salute. I thought she was just gonna, like, walk directly into the door and bonk into it or something for some reason. Now I have a grasp of events leading up to the calamity, and yet... Oh, forgive me, I was deep in thought. In no small part due to your help, I've managed to learn a great deal. There's still more that I wish to know. Might I trouble you to accompany me a little longer? If you're willing, please let me know. Preserving our future. End of an era framers kit. Oh, neat. You'll continue accompanying me then. Wonderful. Come, let's head to the Drowning Wench to discuss our next move. Our research proceeds apace so far. We've even learned things not found in literature. But tell me, based on what you've heard from our interviews, what is your opinion of Louisoix? He's an exceptional leader. He had a difficult task, or others deserve more credit. Wow. You can be mean to Grandpa, I guess. He seems like a real good leader. I agree, he possessed great leadership. If not, he couldn't have established the framework to realize his plans, no matter how brilliant they may have been. What struck me was how grateful the interviewees were to Louisoix for bringing their nations together in cooperation. It was nothing short of necessary for our survival. Yet in knowing this, I can't help but wonder. In his capacity as a tactician, it seems to me he had done more than enough by devising a plan and facilitating its execution. He went far beyond that, risking life and limb on the front lines for a land not his own. Perhaps he needed to be there for the ritual. Perhaps he felt a sense of duty. Even so, as noble as it is to desire to help others, what good is it if you end up sacrificing yourself? What was it that compelled Louis Soir to go to Carteneau, and what went through his mind as the battle unfolded? In order to do his biography justice, I feel I need to know these things. Nod. If Louis Soir had people near him at the time, perhaps he shared words with them in his final moments. Words that could provide some insights. Where to begin searching for such individuals, assuming they exist? Sorry, friends, couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Just so happens I know a bloke who served among Louis Soir's guard at Carteneau. Gasp. Truly? You know someone who was with him? Nod. Aye, and as far as I'm aware, he wasn't keeping the fact a secret. Just for good measure, though, why do you want to speak with him? Nod. Explain. Louis Soir's biography, eh? In that case, I reckon the bloke would be willing to cooperate. Orn Gwyncombe's his name, and he was a lieutenant of the Maelstrom. After the calamity, he turned to adventure and has to be greater help to the common folk. A Maelstrom officer turned adventurer. He'd be most keen to speak with him. Where might he be found? When Orn dropped in the other day, he said he had business at the Moorby dry docks. Be lucky might be as he's still there. Understood. We're in your debt. We can't just let this chance pass us by, Sucro. Let's take ourselves to the dry docks at once. Nod. Bow. Wave. Thanks, Bateron. Batteron. Batter up? Question mark? Ah. Wait. Oh, that's a mount. Okay. I was like, someone wearing a suit? That's one of the island mounts. I didn't see the person on it. Right, where could Orn be? In hindsight, we should have asked what he looks like. His name would suggest he's a Midlander, but well, nothing for it but to make inquiries. Let's split up for the task and meet again here. I'm glad we haven't had to talk to Mimidoa again ever. Oh. Hey, Alpha and Omega. How you doing? Oh, Alpha's so happy to see me. That's like the second or third time we've just run into them by accident, I think. I'm sorry, but I've only just started helping out here. I'm still learning our customers' names. I couldn't say if it's the person you're after, but a man did come by earlier who appeared to be an adventurer. He bought a Nymea lily that we're currently trialing. Looking for an Orn Gwyncombe, eh, you say? Don't know anyone by that name, I'm afraid. Did walk by an unfamiliar fellow just now, though, over by the mark of the spinner. He had a flower in his hand, so he caught my eye. By the way, if you're noticing the mark on the map that indicates an unlockable thing, that's just because there's a billion leave quest things that I never touch that are gonna bother me for the rest of time. Orn, as it happens, I spoke with him just earlier. He said he wanted to buy flowers, so I directed him to a vendor. Not sure where he is as of now, though. You have an inkling as to where Orn might be. Time to rejoin Nananji. Offering a flower to the spinner, huh? There you are, Sucro. Were you able to learn anything? Seems like he bought some flowers to offer to the spinner. So a man could be Orn bought a Nymea lily, then went to the mark of the spinner. We hurry there, we might be able to find him. Let's go. I feel like all of Sucro's interactions that are even adjacent to the 12 are now slightly awkward because no one is allowed to know what happened. But Sucro knows what happened, and I know what happened. I know that every time anyone mentions one of them, I'm like, Though this is a mark that we didn't actually go to in the course of that quest. Hey. The sunset on the water looks really nice. Even pre-graphics update. Yeah, that's exactly the face that Sucro is making. If he was only just seen, he should still be nearby. Paying respect to Nymea. I don't remember if it was pronounced. I could just say the spinner. I'm really excited to see graphics update Sucro, to be honest. I feel like I will look upon HD Sucro and shed a tear, because Sucro is very important. Begging your pardon, sir, but are you Lieutenant Orn Gwyncombe? I haven't been a lieutenant for years, but that's me. What can I do for you? Hi. Gasp. I realize this is sudden, but... I'm sure the environments will be really good in the graphics update too. But I care a lot about my own character. So... And they're gonna add a second die channel? That's clearly the most exciting part of the expansion. So we're writing Louis Soir's biography and want to hear my account as someone who is near on hand in Cartano. What you looking at me for? Must be a reason that you're here too, warrior of light who led us to victory in Operation Archon. Very well, I'll tell you my tale. Smile. Now then, where to begin? Fade to wait, blindingly. As you know, the battle was fought over the land where Dalamud was expected to fall. In the beginning, neither side was able to gain the upper hand, but when the Imperials deployed their Magitech armor, our ranks were thrown into disarray. Those charged with protecting Louis Soir like me could only watch the carnage from afar. And though our forces managed to hold out thanks to the adventure contingent, we sustained grievous casualties. But the real tragedy was what followed. As Dalamud hurtled towards us, it began shedding fragments of itself before finally bursting open to unleash the primal Bahamut. He's yelling. As all below looked on in shock, the battle completely forgotten, Bahamut took wing and spewed fire all over the land. Men in Magitech armor alike were set ablaze and sent flying like so many insects. I only realized that I'd stopped breathing when a commanding voice broke my trance. You've done enough, Louis Soir told us. Now fly! Fly and save yourselves! Like my fellow guards, I wanted to remain. I couldn't charge into battle beside my comrades. At the very least, I would do my duty here and protect Louis Soir to the last. Yeah. The faces that they're pausing on for all of these people are way funnier than they should be. This is Louis Soir after he tells a pun. But upon seeing us standing there not making to move, Louis Soir smiled and spoke thus. If you'd give your lives to protect something, then protect my hopes. Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope, bright and brilliant. So live, I bid you, and be among those who bear the light for others to follow. Those words awakened us to a greater purpose. If there was hope in my living, then I would live as Louisoix bid. No matter what, I'd survive. And so, together with my fellows, I began making my retreat. Alas, we hadn't gotten far when an explosion erupted and sent us sprawling. Struggled to my feet just in time to see the enormous, menacing silhouette of Bahamut looming over Louisoix. In the next instant, he was enveloped in light. And that was the last I remember of him. Fates to White seriously do hurt my eyes a bit, I think. Louisoix's final moment. Which means I should definitely not play Splatoon 3 right now. This is a tangent, but if you don't know, they recently added a special to Splatoon 3 called the Splatter Color Screen. And apparently it's an accessibility nightmare that makes people experience pain, nausea, disorientation, various other problems, causing a lot of issues for anyone with, like, visual stuff or, like, audio stuff, because it also makes crackling and popping sounds everywhere. What it does, you get hit by it and the screen, like, does a bright white fade, and then, like, fades back into everything being, like, a weird grayscale. That's not, like, a true grayscale, but it's a very bright grayscale, kind of. And it also makes like crackly popping noises everywhere, and your screen is obscured for a bit during the process. And it, like, there's a lot of people talking about it and trying to learn more about the disabilities that it's like causing particular problems for, and like spreading the word, and it's real bad. It's real bad. I haven't actually seen a video of it in action or anything, but it's real bad. I don't think I have any sort of like visual stuff going on, but if like the constant fading to white in this game is annoying to me, I am imagining that would like also not be great for me to look at. And I'm worried that they won't do anything to address this, but I hope they do. Havana syndrome? I don't know what that is. I'm curious. Cluster of idiopathic symptoms experienced mostly abroad by US government officials and military personnel. A fake thing that the CIA claimed to have? In 2022, the CIA issued an assessment concluding that it was not the result of a sustained global campaign by a hostile power. Wow. That's... something. They wanted to excuse them getting drunk. Yeesh. I thought I was about to learn about like a actual syndrome and not nonsense military politics. Because I did learn about some actual like stuff that I didn't really know about, like visual snow today. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, because some of the people that were talking about their experiences with the Splatoon 3 special mentioned it, like the visual snow condition that they have, or their condition of having visual snow made it like a nightmare for them, like especially. You looked up a video of it? Oh god. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. I've only seen like screenshots. And, like, you don't have any specific, like, visual conditions or anything, but you might have, like, sensitivity to stuff that's not necessarily, like, labeled as a condition and all that. That might be a part of other things. I don't know. I'm sensitive to some visual and audio stuff, but I don't know if that's anything specific. Sound is terrible? Oh god. Yeah, I can't even imagine it. I've only heard it vaguely described. But yeah. Anyway. Sorry for that tangent. But be careful about looking at Splatoon right now, I guess. Amidst that light, he looked to be smiling. What he was thinking in that moment I couldn't say, but one thing is certain. We all of us are alive thanks to him. I can't believe Louis Swa got hit by the Splatoon 3 special. Anyway. I feel like that's not a good joke to make. It's not. That special is a nightmare, basically. And I hope they fix it. Following the calamity, it was reported that Louis Swa defeated Bahamut and set about the land's miraculous regeneration. Do you believe that this is the truth? Nod. Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope. What we've learned has reaffirmed my belief, Sucro. The belief that Louis Swa was not an all-powerful savior one reads about in tales, but merely an ordinary man. But that man never forsook Eorzea. No, he stood for this realm to the last. He and countless other brave souls, and saved it from becoming a scorched waste. Against unimaginable adversity he fought, and at the cost of his life paved the way to a brighter future for us all. The least I can do in return is tell his story, spread his message that where there is life, there is hope. Nod. Thanks to your account, I believe I found an angle for the biography. I'm truly grateful. Nod. Also, it's kind of funny that this guy resembles Thancred. Accidentally. Would you care to offer a prayer as well? The prayer that the light of hope which Louis Swa preserved shall ever burn bright. Nod. I'll pray to the giant prayer machine in the sky that is replacing all of the 12 right now, and not tell anybody that that's happening. I forgot to take a screenshot this whole time until now. The screenshot is barely relevant to anything we did today, but it's one that I have, so... The calamity left deep scars across the realm. There was no place that did not want for help to rebuild. After being saved by our Twin Adder allies, and I decided to become an adventurer, the better to honor Louis Swa's legacy and lend aid to those in need. During my travels, I often hear your tales, and I'm glad I could share my own with you. I don't think I did. Allow me to thank you again for recounting your experiences to us. Nay, 'tis I who owes you thanks for giving me the chance to share Louis Swa's words. All these years I'd avoided speaking of the moment of his passing out of respect, but it would not do to take the tale to my grave. Through the biography, it's my hope that his spirit will live on in all of us. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I shall resume my pilgrimage to the marks. Wherever your travels take you, I shall be praying for your safety. I may lilies, the symbol of safe passage. As Louis stood there in Cartano, I wonder if he likewise prayed for someone's safety. At any rate, these interviews have yielded everything I'd hoped for and more. Come, let's return to Ul'dah. I'll have your reward for you at Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. This was a good quest line to do. I'm glad you pointed this one out. This is not the Hall of Flames. The Hall of Flames is actually closest to the Aetheryte Plaza. There you are. I ended up troubling you longer than I'd intended, but it was a truly fruitful series of interviews. How fortunate that we could hear from those who lived that fateful time. While I still have many questions, the biography is beginning to take shape in my mind. I also feel as though I've attained a measure of closure. Louis fought simply as one of us, and he made the ultimate sacrifice that hope might endure. This I've come to realize and appreciate thanks to everyone's heartfelt testimonies. Now then, last but not least, I'd like to ask you for your thoughts on something. According to Orn, Louis smiled in his final moment. As he was enveloped in light, what do you imagine he held in his mind? The image of mankind thriving in the future, or it's pointless to speculate on such things. I think he thought about how bright the future would be. I see. I appreciate your thoughts. As I pen the biography, I'll be certain to remember your words. Well, sad though it is, it's time for us to part ways. I'll set to work on a draft and won't rest until the biography goes to print. Thank you for all your help, my friend. I couldn't have come this far without you. He told us. I forgot what he told us. The man, the myth, the legends. Embraced by gods is not what that was. That's something else. Okay, there's no reward for that one. Basically what I just said. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Surprised it's gold saucer time. You might wonder, why? It's because we're talking about 1.0 right now. Was it here somewhere that they put it? Where the heck did they... There it is. Did I ever show these? Out on a Limb and the Finer Miner? These are machines that replicate the 1.0 gathering minigames. Yep, that's what these are. This is how gathering went in 1.0. Oops. You sense nothing. This is more difficult than I remember, but... But yeah, I figured in case I'd never shown these. Oh, it's more difficult because I hit the difficulty location. Oops. Whoops. I'm not good at timing these. Apparently. But yeah, that's how mining and botany worked in 1.0. That's something I distinctly remember. So it was fun to me that they added those there, though I like never look at them. That chocobo's being pet on the head. And they deserve it. Probably. Oh, venture coffer, you say? Pastel pink. If you get a venture coffer and it's like jet black or pure white, you've just made a lot of money for free. So it's always mildly exciting to get one. Anyway, that was Final Fantasy XIV for today. We did some miscellaneous side quest type stuff. We did part of a variant dungeon. We saw a person in a Tonberry suit standing at the Aetheryte. Next time is the second variant dungeon. Maybe both of the remaining ones? I can't claim whether or not that'll happen. Oh yeah, we also did Rabbits and Robots today. We also checked in on them. Things are going well for those two groups at the moment. We still have the epilogue of them to see. At some point, I still might want to read something from the Codex, but I have no idea what. Theoretically, but I don't want to promise anything. We also found a hamster that flies around and makes things clean, so that's nice. Funny hamster. So yeah, actually, can we look at the cutscenes for the Subterrane in here somewhere? Other? No. Chronicles? Side quests? Are these anywhere? QT. Yes. Guess which cutscene is which, I guess. I just want to see the intro cutscene for the... I guessed it right. I wanted to see the funny giant hamster again. This is the thumbnail now. Look at the hamster. And that's the entire cutscene. Hooray, we did it. Oh, the bed materializing. When you stop reading a book and your bed materializes in front of you, you know it's time to take a nap, I guess. So, Sucro, take a nap now. Thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in any links or whatnot related to social media or donations and so on, they're at this link, oriolrobin.card2rs.co, and below the stream and all that. Also, please consider following and subscribing, or subscribing rather, if you haven't, and consider spreading the word to other people that you think might enjoy the stream. I'm never comfortable advertising myself, but I always try to throw it in at the end there. It's sort of become routine, I guess. With all that said, have a great rest of your day and or night. I will see you at the next stream. Farewell and good morning.